The NHL Draft is finally here. We've made it. Will it be Misa? Will it be Frondell? Who will they pick at 25? We'll find out in moments on the CHGO Blackhawks Draft Spectacular. Welcome into CHGO Blackhawks Draft Day Live, presented by Rate. Download the Rate app. It's one app that helps you with both your wallet and your well-being. Download the Rate app today to get started. I'm Jay Zawoski. That's Mario Tirabassi. Sarah's here. Emma's here. And that's it. It's a four-person show tonight for the NHL Draft. Let's do it. It is a huge night.
Less is more.
It is a pivotal night in the Blackhawks rebuild with the 3rd overall pick and the 25th as well later in the first round. We've had a very busy day in the NHL so far. We'll recap that in a moment, but do us a favor, hit that like button for us. Make sure you are subscribed to our YouTube page as well. If you're listening on the podcast, thank you. Follow, subscribe, like, review, all that great stuff. And if you're new here, you're checking us out for the first time, you should know we're not just here for the draft and then we take the summer off. No, we're here 5 days a week.
We're not cowards.
In the summer, 2 o'clock every day during the summer. We're going to be on tomorrow after the draft as well. And then in-season, post-games for every game. We're credentialed media. Boom. This is your one-stop shop for Hawks coverage here in Chicago, so make sure you're following and subscribed everywhere. Follow us on socials at CHGO_sports and CHGO_Blackhawks. All right, Mario, Catch us up on the day so far before the picks start rolling in.
We've had a busy day so far. Started off earlier today with the Stan Bowman special out there in Edmonton. Trent Frederick, 8 years at $3.8 million with... It wouldn't be a Stan Bowman contract if it didn't come with a full no movement clause.
No movement clause for 8 years.
For the first 4 years, and then it modifies down. But yeah, there you go for Edmonton. Nikolai Ehlers and Brock Besser. I think this was today and yesterday, some news, but they're officially going to be going to free agency. Who will not be going to free agency is John Tavares. He signs an extension with the Toronto Maple Leafs, 4 years, $4.38 million extension, and Conn Smythe winner Sam Bennett. He stays in Florida, 8 years, $8 million extension. Some other extension news: Jack Quinn, a 2-year extension at $3.375 with the Buffalo Sabres. Charlie Coyle and Miles Wood are leaving Colorado. They're heading to Columbus in exchange for the 77th pick in this year's draft, a 2027 second-round pick, and Gavin Brindley going to the Avalanche. And the big trade leading into the draft, Noah Dobson, a sign and trade with the Islanders and Montreal Canadiens. He signs an 8-year extension at $9.5 million, and then the Islanders are sending him to Montreal in exchange for Emil Heineman, picks number 16 and 17 for the Canadiens. Those are now in the possession of the Islanders for now, as they try and move up to make Shagans a reality.
It's a lot. That's a mouthful.
It's a
Good
lot,
job.
and we haven't even started the draft yet.
I know. Well, before the picks roll in, here's where we're at in Chicago, right? Over the last few days, there has been some speculation that maybe the Sharks want Anton Frondell too, and that has sort of died down a little bit over the last 10 hours or so.
5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes or so, whatever you want to say.
Yeah.
So let's hear from our buddy Chris Peters. He talks about Frondell, he talks about Misa, the differences between the two. This is from our show the other day. It starts off sort of referring to the Sharks, but don't worry, you're going to get all the info you need on both players. So what would the Hawks be getting in Misa and or Frondell?
But I think that there's less concern about Frondell in terms of his two-way capability. He's got a bit of a size and strength advantage, not by much, similar in size to Misa, but a bit thicker and stronger, and has played against men. And I think there's a sense that the teams are not giving that much away in terms of offense if he's the guy. He has one of the best shots in the draft. He has one of the best, the most complete packages of, like, in terms of skill and two-way capabilities. But I think that there's certainly much less consensus about what he's going to be than I feel like there is for Misa. So either way, I think, like, the question is like, you need to have a number 2 center behind Celebrini. Which guy do you think is the best fit for that? And it might be the harder two-way guy with the great shot like Frondell, as opposed to the flash and dash, more offensive-minded center when you already have Will Smith and have seen some of the success that he's had. So it's a real fascinating dynamic, but I do think that those are probably the two guys that are most likely to go in the top 3. And I think in the Blackhawks case, Misa obviously riding shotgun or being the secondary option after Bedard is a really great possibility as well. I think that we've been talking a lot about them needing to get a dynamic element, more of a dynamic element up front. I think you also have a potential to have, if Bedard is a full-time center, Misa would be your number 2 center more than likely, or he'd be your number 1 center, and you flare out Bedard to the wing to maximize his scoring potential and minimize some of the defensive deficiencies that you might have. So there's a lot of, you can talk yourself into circles about all of this right here. Yes, I would say Misa on my board, he is number 2 on my board. Frondell is number 4 on my board. So, that's the way it kind of goes. I don't think the gap between Misa and then I have Hagen's 3rd, Frondell, Martone, that mix, I don't think the gap is huge, even though he had such a tremendously productive season, the best and most productive season since Patrick Kane's draft year in the OHL.
There you have it. That's Chris Peters from earlier this week. And we got a super chat right away from Dirtless Shark Guy. €5.
Nice.
Says, dialing in from the UK, raring to go. Excited to see where we land and any moves made. Thanks as always for the outstanding coverage. Thank you, Dirtless Shark Guy.
If I don't want anyone to feel shy about sending us super chats all night long, we're going to be on for a while. So if you guys want any shout outs or any questions to be answered, just send us a super chat.
Whether it's
we don't mind.
dollars or euros.
I'll take any
sterling,
form
which
of money.
apparently this is sterling.
Oh, it's a sterling?
Yeah.
All right.
Or pesos. Or
whatever.
rubles and
rupees. That's Zelda, right?
The dead Italian currency of lira. We'll take that as well.
Anything.
Whatever you want to do for super chats, you're welcome
green.
to.
We'll take it.
And we will read it.
So let's thanks to Chris Peters for joining us early this week on, honestly, like the busiest week of his life every year. I texted you today and I said this Misa stuff is bad, because if the Sharks do take him, there's going to be this feeling of disappointment throughout the fan base. And I think you should be genuinely excited that he could fall to the Blackhawks at 3, but I don't think going into right now it should be your expectation. Whatever happens, though, assuming it's Frondell or Desnoyers at 3, it's going to be a good pick. It's going to be a probably immediately the franchise's best prospect, unless you still want to consider Levshov a prospect. You probably should, but they'll be right there neck and neck at 1 and 2. They're going to get a really, really good player in this draft, and Misa is the dream, and we're all hoping that happens. But if it doesn't, you shouldn't feel like the draft is a complete loss. You're getting a really good player in this NHL draft.
The quote-unquote consolation prize or prizes that would be available if and when Michael Misa ends up being the number 2 pick. I mean, Anton Frondell is still going to be a guy that this team can win with, and you can build with, and you can say, is he a top-line wing alongside Connor Bedard to complement his skill set? Perfect. Yeah. Is he the number 2 center behind Connor Bedard? That's got Alexander Barkov-esque skill sets. Wonderful. Barkov's a 2-time Stanley Cup champion. He is a guy that you can build and win with. Same thing for Desnoyers, Hagens, Martone, all these guys that we've talked about endlessly for the last couple of months. Whoever it ends up being, they have the skill set, the upside, and the benefits that the Blackhawks need. And you're still right, though, because we are 1 year removed from Artem Levshov being picked at number 2. And there are people in the chat
still mad,
still upset about it.
Still mad that they got a legit, they got a potential franchise defenseman.
Yeah. So everyone over this draft cycle dug in on who's their guy, and if it's not their guy, they're going to be upset. But whether it's Misa or Frondell or whoever, like I said, like it's going to be someone that is going to be a cornerstone piece.
I mean, it is a little different from last year because Demidov was there when he chose Levchinov. If somehow Michael Misa is available at 3 and he takes Desnoyers or Frondell, be pissed. Like, by all means, you have the right to be pissed, but chances are he's not even going to get the chance to take Michael Misa. So, all right, before the picks start rolling in, because I think the Islanders are about to go on the clock, Cam Robinson was on this week as well, gave us a breakdown of the centers available. We know that's probably where the Hawks are taking. Here's Cam Robinson's breakdown of the available centers.
If I'm taking the best player on my board, I'm taking James Higgins because he is he has separating speed. He is an actual burner, terrific hands. He only scored 10 or 11 goals this year, but his shot is actually good. Like I said, he deferred a little bit early on in the season and he was snake bitten a little bit too, but I think he has a quality release, the type of guy who can score 25 in the league, maybe 30 one day. He's the IQ is where I think he needs to ratchet up a little bit, again, above average, but not elite. When you look at a guy like Desnoyers, I do think he has a good mind. I think two-way, has that two-way ability as well. He has a little bit more size at 6'2". Not as dynamic as Higgins. Not as dynamic as a Jake O'Brien either, who's 6'2", but only 175 pounds. Reminds me a bit of Elias Pettersson, a little skinny, really relies on his handles and his playmaking, needs to add that shot, needs to add that strength. When you're talking about Frondell, bigger body, more physically mature already, has played pro hockey, knows how to handle the rigors of that, much more north-south, dump the puck in, go get it, not very creative, has a bigger shot. I think the floor for a player like Frondell is probably higher than most of these guys we've talked about. Him and Higgins is probably very similar, but Frondell has the size, but it's the upside that's probably missing with him. And when you're selecting that soon, it's like you do want to go upside. Obviously you want to get a player out of this, but you're gonna get a player at a number 3. It's and you want to maximize that. And I'll mention one more name, and it's Roger McQueen. And I think if he played the full season, he would have been a perfect fit because he has the massive size, right? He has good skills. And it would have fit a whole lot of holes for them. It's like, boom, now we've got Roger McQueen as our second line behind Bedard, adding that meat. And if for some reason you wanted to move Bedard to the wing, well, now you've got a big giant number 1 center too that you can play with. But the injury, the inconsistency, a lot of question marks. Caden Lindstrom last year, teams are a little hesitant. I think we watched McQueen slip a bit on draft day.
All right, there's Cam Robinson. There you go. We're ready for the draft to begin. Gary Bettman is currently chatting with the leadership of the New York Islanders via Zoom. Interesting to see how they're going to pull off this
broadcast is
decentralized.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's an adjustment for them. That was what? Cameraman fell down.
Chris Peters has referenced a TED Talk style feel to the start of this, and yeah, that feels like that with Gary Bettman just speaking freely on the stage. Yeah. Interesting. All right. I think the Islanders are officially on the clock. Whoa, it's a 3-minute clock?
Maybe for the first pick.
Okay.
If it's 3 minutes for every pick.
It wasn't 3 minutes last year.
Well, maybe because they went to walk up.
That's true. Yeah. Maybe that's true.
But we'll see. I don't know what the
a 3 minute
that would be a really fast
show.
Hey. Not that we want to leave.
We might be out of here in an hour.
Very much feels like Matthew Schaefer is going to be the pick here. Not a lot of drama with this one. If the Islanders get him, they're getting a legit number 1 Cale Makar, Quinn Hughes level defenseman.
Yeah, I think this is the least kept, the worst kept secret. I think the Islanders pick is in. There you go. It's going to be Matthew Schaefer. He's a guy that is going to be a game changer on the blue line, like you talk about, and even for the limited play time that he had this season, you just saw the skill level that he had last year. The way that he was playing earlier this season with Erie, the way he played in the just super small sample size that he did with Team Canada at the World Juniors, you could see the impact that he had, and he doesn't turn 18 until September. He did it as arguably one of the youngest players that could have been in the draft class. So the ceiling for him is impressive. So congrats on the Islanders.
Yeah, I mean, assuming that's the pick.
I mean, I can't imagine
it kind of has to be. I've seen there's already people in the Islanders watch party that have Schaefer jerseys on.
Yep.
We had a Bedard jersey here before the pick was made.
There were
we
people,
had Caleb Williams jerseys made.
Yeah, there were people in Bedard jerseys in Nashville. I think it's very safe saying Matthew Schaefer is going to be the Islander of the future.
Yes. All right, here we go. The pick is in for the Islanders.
Who's announcing it? Just Bettman? With the first overall selection. It's James Higgins. Yeah, Matthew Schaefer.
There it is. The pick is in.
Matthew Schaefer.
The worst kept secret in hockey. And now the draft begins.
Yeah, now you start to sweat it out.
Right. Now the draft begins. Now we see. This is like really the third year in a row where it feels like the draft begins with the Hawks, kind of. If it is going to be indeed Misa for the Sharks.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was okay, who's coming after Bedard? Then it was, all right, who's after Celebrini last year? Mm-hmm. And now it's who's after Schaefer and Misa. It might not be, though. We'll see. We're holding out hope.
We'll see. Yeah, I think it was fun for a few days to live in the world that Michael Misa wouldn't be picked second, but I think conventional thought, I think reasonable thought is he still will be the number 2 pick. But, I mean, look, most of the time when there's smoke, there's fire. But I think in this case, I don't know why the Sharks would try and say, hey, we're going to take Anton Frondell instead if their pick was Misa the whole time. Misa the whole time.
Yeah.
I don't know if they were trying to facilitate a trade, force something, a team that really wanted Frondell to try and trade up, or maybe they were trying to, as it's been kind of speculated, maybe they were trying to soft launch what it would be, what the response would be if Frondell was the pick.
Yeah.
I don't know. I still think it's going to be Misa.
It is weird though because the Sharks really have no reason to send a smokescreen, right? Like,
no, I don't.
When you're picking second, when the number 1 pick is already pretty much confirmed, I don't really know what that accomplishes unless they're trying, maybe trying to trade up, that sort of thing. Yeah. So we'll see. The Islanders are on the clock, or the Sharks are on the clock now. By the way, if you missed it, the Hawks revealed their Centennial jerseys today. Yes. The draft picks will be wearing them.
Cool.
When they're selected. So we'll get a good look at the new Centennial Hawks jerseys. Wrote about it for ALLCHGO.com today if you want to check it out while you're listening to the show.
I like them.
Yeah.
Hard not to like them because they're barely different than what I'm wearing right now.
Right. Yeah. Very simple. I like them a lot.
Which is Hall of Famer Duncan Keith. Boom.
First ballot Hall of Famer, mister.
Yeah. Matthew Schaefer is
I would sign my autograph
his eyes out.
First ballot Hall of Famer every time.
You would what?
Sign if I was signing an autograph?
First ballot
Duncan
HOF.
Keith, first ballot HOF. Yeah. And I would draw like a cartoon middle finger.
Okay, so they take the player into the pick room and have him talk to the...
This is interesting. So yeah, we are here. We are watching.
We're watching.
Yeah, we have ESPN on. I'm in the habit of not being able to say ESPN because where I used to work.
Oh,
I can say it here.
Minimal
the
sound.
Draft pick is talking to the hockey ops department for the Islanders.
Yeah. Cool.
I should have taped this so I can go back and check out the broadcast.
This is kind of cool. I'm still all for a centralized draft. I will take the centralized draft over a cool broadcast because it's the thing that makes the NHL unique that they had that's different. And you can obviously tell with this presentation style, they're trying to keep it unique and different than NBA, NFL, all that. But I still think that the centralized draft is cooler than this.
Yeah, I mean, the thing I really liked about the centralized drafts was, these two GMs are talking at the table.
Yeah.
And, maybe something's happening, or maybe they're just ordering dinner, whatever it might be. But Kyle Davidson can stand up and go talk to, Bill Guerin and get things going.
Yeah.
And a lot of times nothing ever came of it, but it just added to the suspense, added to the drama of it. And, behind the curtain a little bit, a couple weeks ago, the Blackhawks texted the group of all the writers that we have, they give us information on there if we need it, what time's practice, etc. And they said, is anyone coming to L.A.? And I don't think there's a single member of the regular Blackhawks beat that is in L.A. today.
I don't think anybody went.
Everybody's at Fifth Third Arena.
Yeah.
Which we all love Fifth Third Arena. Don't get us wrong.
Yeah, it's
just not quite the same.
It's not the same. Yeah. And I think too for the news gatherers and all that, they benefit from the centralized draft, and guys like Elliot Friedman and Frank Saravalli and Cam Robinson, Chris Peter, all these guys that have those discussions and try and get the information and just try and be more informed, so we all can be more informed of
right.
What's going on and have an idea of what's happening behind the scenes. They benefit from a centralized draft. So we'll see. It sounds like it's probably going to be a one and done, but I think that'll be left up to, because they let the owners, I think it was the owners, voted on decentralizing it. Maybe it'll be up to, the front offices about what they want to do going forward, if it will be one and done or if they'll go back to an in-person thing.
I hope so, just because I like going. So there is a clock. It's 3 minutes, but it's not ticking yet. So it's like a loose, informal 3 minutes. It's up on the board, the 3-minute countdown, but no one's hit start on it.
They got to run the Sharks
maybe
highlight package.
Maybe they're a remote.
Yeah. Someone's over there slapping the remote trying to get the batteries to work.
Exactly. Hey, we got a bunch of people watching right now. How many we got, Sarah? Let's see. Almost 1,000 people. We have 257 likes. We love that you're here, but please do us a huge favor and hit that like button for us. It really helps us move up the algorithm so hockey fans and Blackhawks fans can find us. You know what else helps in that regard? Tell a friend. Tell a friend about us. If you're just discovering us or if you've been with us for a long time, whatever it might be, let them know. The season's going to be here before you know it. We've got, prospects camp next week.
Mm-hmm.
Then we've got free agency next week. Like, it's just, things are going to be moving quick, and hockey's going to be here before you know it. So let your friends know.
Curvers.
Yeah.
And then preseason starts.
That's it.
Training camp.
All right, the clock has started. So 2:40 on the clock for the Sharks.
All right, for those keeping time at home. We had some super chats, too. We should probably run those down before Anton Frondell becomes a Shark. Lucas Reichel in the chat. Thank you, Lucas.
It's Lucas Reichel.
Reichel. Says, hello, CHGO. Why does Lucas Reichel not get more playing time? He is the best player on the team. That's a good question. You should answer that yourself.
Yes.
You should be in the gym, not in our chat.
There's a lot of things incorrect about that super chat, but we appreciate it. Thank you.
With $5 says, we finally made it. Let's go Hawks. I agree. N. Dunn, $5 says, could we revisit the DeBrincat trade? I know no one liked it at the time. Yeah, I think the idea was when Alex DeBrincat was getting moved to the Senators, the verbiage around that was, this is a trade that will ruin the future of a team. And it really didn't for the Senators, even though they only got 1 year out of him. But that's besides the trade. But you brought in Kevin Korchinski. I think it was also the Paul Ludwinski pick, I believe. And then also it was a pick last year. Third round. Was it?
I forget.
Spellacy? Might have been Spellacy. Don't quote me on that off the top of my head. But, yeah, I mean, I think knowing the direction the team was going in, I think still the sticker shock of going into a rebuild was heavy. So losing guys like Hagel and DeBrincat and, they traded Kirby Dach, which still at the time you were like, well, he could still be something. But knowing what came of those trades and the players that they've gotten out of them in the blueprint of the rebuild, it's made a lot of sense.
What's with this?
It's worked out.
What's with this dude standing behind Matthew Schaefer?
I don't know who it is. Maybe it's his dad.
It's like great value, Brandon Spano.
That's a good one. That might be Mr. Schaefer. I don't know.
I think Mr. Schaefer's next to him.
Oh, okay. Is it his agent? I don't know. We don't have the...
Someone let us know.
The sound. We don't have the sound up too high. Natalie Usher, $100. Thank you, Natalie. Excited for tonight, whatever happens. Thanks for the coverage. Thank you, Natalie, for being here and for the super chat. Rob, $5 says, thank you for the coverage. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Rob. Jesus Rodriguez, $5 says, let's see, pair character lifting some weights, saying keep it up. Okay. Grimace? Pair character? Grimace?
I don't know.
And DJ Schnell, $2 says, happy draft day, fellas. Thank you, DJ Schnell. Happy draft day to you as well.
All right, the pick is in for the San Jose Sharks, so now we find out what's going on.
Oh, it's Matthew Schaefer's brother.
Thank you for Matthew Schaefer's brother. There we go.
All right, let's see.
All right, the pick
That's
is
Michael
in.
Misa.
Who will it be? Just say that. Why is he wearing a blue suit? Oh boy,
because the future is teal. I don't know.
He knows.
We'll see. All right, now I'm actually anxious.
Wait, the time ran out. Forfeit the pick.
Run up there, Davidson.
Yeah, sorry.
If you get up there first, you get the pick. I'm thinking it's Misa.
All right. Well, we're going to sit here and wait for the news to come in. They gotta stretch this out as much as possible.
Yeah.
Don't they?
Well, they got to make sure their Zoom connection is strong to those in San Jose as well.
I guess so.
Yeah. I mean, I think, again, I think it's going to be Michael Misa. I've gotten used to the idea ever since the draft lottery played out with the Islanders getting the first pick, Hawks moving back to 3. I think even by then the assumption was Misa will be one of the first 2 picks. So with the Hawks moving back, I think that's when it started, the air started to let out of Misa becoming available to the Hawks without them having to trade up. So if that's ends up how it's going to go, that's fine. Like we said, like any of the guys that we've continuously talked about for the last couple of weeks and months, they all have their upside. If it's Anton Frondell, that's a Shark, then the Blackhawks get an incredible gift with Michael Misa being able to fall to them at number 3.
I'm, not to be conspiracy guy, but what is the holdup here?
Trade?
I mean, their clock expired 3 minutes ago. They cut to the stage, and now they're cutting back to the panel. There's no time on the screen. The Sharks logo is still up.
Here we go.
And here we go. The pick is in. All right.
Let's see.
Now we find out.
Who's announcing it? Oh, Bailey from
where's Bailey?
The WWE.
Take your time, Bettman.
Is he getting booed every pick?
Yes.
All right. That's good. LA's a hockey town, technically. It's Bailey.
I will say this. I'm never upset to see Bailey. But at this moment right now.
the next few things she says could determine a lot of the happiness of Blackhawks fans.
My wife's like, is that who we named our dog after? I'm like, no. Absolutely not.
All right. San Jose Sharks select.
She's a huge Bay Area sports fan, though. Huge Niners fan.
Isn't she from that area?
Huge Sharks fan, I think so. Is that actually Mark Edward Vlasic in the crowd they just showed?
Select. Michael Misa. All right.
All right, Misa's gone.
Go.
That's the pick.
Michael Misa. All that smoke wafted out of here very quickly.
All right, well, here we go. Hawks are on the clock. It very much feels like Anton Frondell will be the pick. I'd be happy with that. I'd be happy with Desnoyers. Is there anyone aside from those two?
Jake O'Brien.
Jake O'Brien.
I don't think Jake O'Brien's worth being in the top 5. I don't get this weird...
Oh, I'm saying, is there anyone you would like?
Oh.
Aside from them.
Well, okay, we've mentioned it a couple of times. If I was making this pick, I would be taking Porter Martone. But I'm cool with Frondell. I think that's who it's going to end up being. I think as much as we've been, trying to figure out how this draft is going to shake out, it seems pretty certain that Schaefer, Misa, Frondell in some order was going to be the top 3. So I'm cool with it being Frondell. If the Hawks step up here and Jeremy Roenick, who's making the pick for the Blackhawks here at number 3, he's going to be announcing it. If he goes up there and says, James Higgins, I'm in. If he says Martone, I'm in. Desnoyers, I'm in. Jake O'Brien, I'm out. I don't think he's worth being in the top 5. And I know you love Brady Martin, but again, I don't think he's worth being in the top 5 either. I think these guys that we've constantly been going through, we're going through for a reason.
Yeah, right. And I think that there's this idea that Kyle Davidson goes off the board. I don't think that's true.
No, I don't think
the
so
picks
either.
he's made have been perfectly cromulent picks, even though they might not be exactly who you want.
Word of the day: toilet paper.
It's cromulent is from The Simpsons. It is a word that is fake that has been made real by The Simpsons. I've used it before.
I'm pretty sure you have.
Man.
Michael Misa
is like, at least Bailey's there.
A shark.
Bailey being there eases the pain for me a little bit.
Does it?
Yeah.
Okay. Good for you.
She can just stay on the stage the entire time. Someone in the chat said Cam Robinson has been blocked. I will say Cam did come back today, and he went with Misa at 2. Mm-hmm. Ultimately, he went that way. So
yeah, we're gonna have a stern talking to him when we start our 2026 draft preview.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. So for me.
Yeah, where are you at? You had a big rant on
I really
James
did have a
Higgins.
James Higgins thing here, and that would be cool. I'm down with that if that's the pick, because I just feel like he is so skilled and he has been the top prospect or the top 2 or 3 prospects forever. And I think sometimes when players have that much attention on them for that long, teams start to talk themselves out of it a little bit. Mm-hmm. Like, maybe, like, yeah, we've been looking at him, but I'm not so sure. And you start to get too smart, right? Too smart for your own good. I don't think it's going to be Higgins here. I really don't. It feels like he's going to be 7, 8, 9 at this point. But I wouldn't be pissed if it was him. I'm down with Martone. I'm down with Desnoyers. I'm down with Frondell. Mm-hmm. Even if it's Brady Martin, I feel like it's too high. I will quickly convince myself that I like it because I like the kind of player he is. But it would be malpractice to draft him at 3.
No. I think when you're looking at 3, you want the guy that is going to be the game changer. You want the guy that's going to bring the most total package upside. I think Higgins, Frondell, Martone, Desnoyers, they fit that at this spot at number 3 with the guys gone that are gone now. And I think, recency bias, I think, can influence how people view certain players. And I think that is possibly what we're looking at with a guy like Brady Martin, is that he is a relentless forechecker, physical guy, a playoff performer. And we just saw Sam Bennett play like that through the postseason to the tune of a Conn Smythe. And I think a lot of people are like, ooh, us included, we said, hey, Hawks should be in on Sam Bennett as a free agent. He's not going to be a free agent. But, teams need those types of players.
Yes, you do.
And I just think if the Hawks were to go for that at 3, you can find a player like that at 25.
And maybe not the level of Sam Bennett, but you can find a guy that will fill that role for you much more easily than you can find a guy who's going to fill the net for you.
Well, and a lot of times those players are guys that work themselves into, they have to work hard. They're not, the first round pick guys. They have to work themselves into that role as a player. Like Andrew Shaw was not a high first round pick. Brian Bickles, Brandon Saad, they were second round picks. Like you can find players that play those styles successfully, effectively in, second and third and fourth rounds, so on and so forth. The first round, especially a top 5, top 3 pick, has to be a game changer.
No Roy's Just Rage in the chat saying the Hawks literally have no scoring up front. This is the same guy who was going to burn down the United Center if they didn't win the draft lottery for Connor Bedard. Every night we had to fight with No Roids about Connor Bedard. Anyway, our friends at Elite Prospects have what they call the elevator pitch for each prospect. So I'm going to read what we got so far. Matthew Schaefer, an overwhelmingly skilled and dynamic play-driving talent with unmatched developmental runway, all the makings of a franchise-altering number 1 defenseman in the NHL. That is Matthew Schaefer. For Michael Misa, Elite Prospect says, a dynamic play-driving dual-threat scoring center with exceptional details, contact skills, and a machine-like motor, one of the most well-rounded forwards to come out of the OHL in years. So now we wait to see who the Blackhawks select at 3.
Yeah, clock's ticking down. I think I'm in the camp that it's going to be Frondell. We'll see how it pans out. But again, like I think he's a guy that's going to fit into exactly what the Blackhawks need. For as much as we want the Blackhawks to keep pushing forward and, hey, they could be like the Ducks were this year, or, at a higher sense, they could be like what Utah was. Like, we have those high expectations. Maybe it's too optimistic, but they still have holes in their prospect system.
Sure.
And for the future that they need to figure out. So,
and Frondell fills some of those, by the way.
Absolutely. All of these guys fill.
All right. Whoa, geez, look at the brain trust in there.
The pick is in.
The pick is in. By the way, shout out about the graphics we got today. It looks great.
I love the graphics.
Good job,
graphics
ALLCITY.
Package is awesome. Shout out ALLCITY.
Where's JR?
Behind the scenes. Draft Day Live. It's good stuff.
You know what I missed the most about the decentralized draft? Seeing Gary Bettman in business casual clothing.
And we ran into him outside.
We saw him in a swimsuit, actually.
Yeah, he was like either leaving or going to the pool.
All right, here's JR. Oh, he's there. Nice. Okay, good.
Yeah, he's in L.A. with a Hawks hat on. And his hair must have got messed up. Again, I will continue the conspiracy that the more we're seeing Jeremy Roenick, the more it's leading up to his number being retired by the team.
Yeah?
The Blackhawks select.
I can't believe JR is using this opportunity to talk. You'd think he'd get right to it.
Oh, don't cry now. All right,
we have the pick.
All right.
It's been made public. The pick is Anton Frondell to the Chicago Blackhawks. So far we are going chalk. Here's what we got on Anton Frondell. 6'1", 198 center. Shoots left-handed in 29 games for Djurgårdens. 11 goals, 14 assists for 25 points. Corey Pronman. Frondell skates well and competes hard, often outmuscling others bigger than him. Despite his average size, he has a translatable style of play to the NHL that appeals to scouts. Frondell is a good playmaker, but he's also a very dangerous shooter with a bullet shot that projects to beat NHL goalies from range. He's not a dynamic offensive player, though, and has a few too many quiet games at the international level this season. He has the potential to be a very good all-around top-six center, even if he's often played wing this season. Scott Wheeler says he's got pro quality and tools. I've wondered enough times about whether his pace and whether his playmaking is high-end enough to rank him in the back of Tier 2. Still, Frondell projects as a productive two-way center, second-line center in the NHL with continued development and the elite prospects elevator pitch, an overpowering two-way forward with high-end release and off-puck instincts around the slot. Upside hinges on play driving and playmaking skill. So there he is, Anton Frondell, the newest Chicago Blackhawk.
All right. I like it.
I like it.
I think we're cooking here. I think Kyle Davidson's got a good pick here. I think the biggest mark that has been against Frondell this whole time is quiet U18 tournament. Is that the worst thing for a guy going into going through his draft year? For a guy that played professionally in Sweden, played against men as a 17, 18-year-old, and, helped his club, Djurgården, get up to the SHL. They were playing in the Tier 2 Allsvenskan League, helped them, get to promotion. And we get the first look at the Blackhawks Centennial jersey here.
I'm trying to see if there's gold on the sleeve numbers. This is important stuff.
There's gold around the crest. Ooh, that looks clean.
That looks sharp. I like that.
That looks clean. I'm a sucker for those jersey ties. They don't do anything, obviously, now with the new jerseys.
Yeah.
They're like down here, basically. That looks good. I like the gold outline on the logo. It doesn't look like they're on the shoulder or the arm sleeves, but they are on the back numbers as well. Makes it stand out. That's a good jersey. That's going to look really clean.
I'm into it. No, the Hawks have a very good player here.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
while you're looking for numbers that jump off the page. You're looking for guys who scored 50 and just, highlight reel goals all the time. Winning hockey is played by players like Anton Frondell.
Yes.
And they may not be the flashiest, they may not be the sexiest, but these are the kind of guys that win you games, especially as the NHL is, beginning. It is a very trend-following league.
Yeah.
And what we're learning from the Florida Panthers is the league's going to start to take, just look at the way Brady Martin has jumped up the charts here. The league is going to start thinking that way, so you need guys that can play that two-way game, that can play that physical game, get in front of the net, cause havoc. And we have not talked enough about you've got Bedard with a top 5 shot in the league. You've got Frondell with probably the best shot in the draft. Potential line mates for the next decade. Look out. We're going to be seeing some absolute snipes from these two. And if the concern for Frondell is playmaking ability, you've got a guy in Connor Bedard who is frustratingly pass first, even though he should be shoot first all the time.
Yeah.
But if that's your notion that, okay, Frondell is a guy who can't really create on his own, and he's going to be a guy who is taking advantage of the plays made to him by others, he's got a really good playmaker in Connor Bedard with him to make it work. So
I think, so long as both of them, when they're in the NHL, decide to use their shot more often than not, that can be a dangerous 1-2 punch down the middle. He could also, he played wing this season a lot. He could also translate to being a top-line wing option to play alongside Bedard, or he could complement Frank Nazar's game as well if he's going to be a long-term center for the Blackhawks. So I think this is a really good fit. It's a really good pick. The point I was going to be making about, him playing professionally, he helped Djurgården get up to the SHL out of the Allsvenskan League, get promotion, and he did so to the tune of the second highest point total by a U18 player in that league since William Nylander.
Yes.
2 points behind what Nylander did as a draft-eligible player. That's good company to be around.
100%.
So I'm intrigued. I'm encouraged by Frondell getting to the Blackhawks here. And what's interesting too is he could be in the organization, like in North America, within the calendar year.
Sure.
Because he's come in from Sweden, doesn't have the CHL limitations on playing in Rockford. We don't know exactly the plan for him. He's only been a Blackhawk for a few minutes. But there's a chance they could bring him to Rockford this year. I think it's more likely he plays this year in Sweden, but there's a chance that by this time next year he is in North America with the Blackhawks whenever that season ends for him in Sweden next year, and see where things go. And you might have another guy that by next season you're talking about pushing for NHL minutes, and having played against men already gives him a little bit of that step ahead.
The Mammoth are on the clock, but a little bit more here on Frondell from Elite Prospects. Quote, Frondell's separating skill is his ability to get open away from the puck combined with high-end shooting talent. Ovechkin. He gets off the wall and beats defensemen for rebounds and deflections, pushing the pace of play away from the puck, but also slowing down or dropping to the high slot when it's the right course of action. A highly versatile shooter, Frondell has a wide range of finishing options. He can beat goalies from mid-range with either leg through a combination of power and accuracy, but also has impressive hand-eye coordination for tip-ins and a projectable one-timer from the right flank on the power play. When being put in the right environment, there's no doubt these attributes will allow him to score goals in the NHL too. All right, the pick is in for the Mammoth. A little bit of speculation that this move might have been traded.
Yeah.
Let's see who we got.
They've been...
I like what they're doing.
They've been active. They got J.J. Peterka.
Yep.
We'll see who they add here.
Oh, I did not notice that the Islanders put a cancer ribbon on Shaver's jersey. Very
that's
cool.
nice. That's
Very
a good
cool.
touch, yeah. Yeah, I didn't notice that.
There we go. I like how Bettman encourages the booing, and then before the pick's like, stop booing.
Oh, he lives in it, yeah.
Immediately stop.
Also, Frondell, I don't know if you mentioned it, but Elite Prospects in their draft guide, shades of Bo Horvat, Anders Lee, and Brock Nelson. So all
Islanders.
All the Islanders.
What the hell? That's fine.
And Stephen Ellis was the one that was throwing out these, Alexander Barkov comparisons as well. So, hey, like those are guys that play a winning style of hockey, and as much as we've heard that about Jeff Blashill from him directly, I think that fits. That fits moving forward.
The other thing to keep in mind too, and of course, as there is every draft, there's a portion of the fan base that's upset. But
sure,
this is a guy who was potentially in Frondell going to be the top selected forward in the draft. Like that was on the table today, and no one was really like, "Well, that would be crazy." No, it's like, all right, well,
right.
You figure it might be Misa, but it wouldn't be insane if it was, So I don't know.
This is great. All right, so Tony Finau is making the selection for the Utah
Caleb
Mammoth.
Desnoyers. That is your pick.
That's your pick.
And a little elevator pitch on Caleb Desnoyers from Elite Prospects, a detailed 200-foot center with a hard-nosed net front game, deceptive open ice playmaking, and flashes of a power forward game. More pace is required. So there he is, Caleb Desnoyers, often drawing comparisons to Jonathan Toews. And we know that in draft times, the comparisons are always like the biggest. Like, this guy's a solid two-way center with scoring upside, so he is Jonathan Toews. We understand that, but I think something is specifically about Desnoyers is just a winning at every level.
Yeah.
He's just a really great competitor, really great leader. I feel like he was probably a notch below Frondell for the Hawks, but I feel like for a long time they were probably deciding between those two, assuming and I think everybody assumed that Misa would be gone. So I think that, that Desnoyers was certainly in consideration for the Blackhawks here too, and that would have been a fine pick as well.
Yeah, that would have been a really good pick, a pick that you could definitely get behind. And what's crazy is that as it came out once his season was over, he played a large chunk of this season with 2 wrist injuries to each wrist, and he still put up 80+ points in the queue. Still helped Team Canada at the U18s win a gold medal. Still helped Moncton win the QMJHL championship while being a MVP of that postseason run, getting them to the Memorial Cup. He played through all of that and was still such an effective two-way guy. Elite Prospects, they compare him more to a Sean Couturier. I think that's probably a little bit more likely than a Jonathan Toews, but in that same vein
same mold.
of size, skill level, two-way game. And by some of the draft analysts and in conversations they've had with scouts, a lot of them believe out of these top players that play center, Misa, Frondell, Desnoyers, Hagens, a lot of them have said Desnoyers feels like the
most natural center,
surefire guy that is going to be full-time center at the NHL level. So I think if he had been the Hawks pick, I would have been totally fine with that. It would have not been at the top of my list, but still on the list for sure. Utah gets a really good pick here with Desnoyers, and they're building something.
I like what Utah's doing.
And doing great.
It feels like they're going to be active in free agency too, so we'll see. Mm-hmm. All right, pretty much chalk to this point. Now is where it starts to get interesting. I will say I placed a little wager on Bet365 that Brady Martin goes in the top 5. So hopefully Nashville. I win like $20. It's not a big deal.
I mean, I feel like Nashville, they might not take Hagens, right? Which is crazy. We're gonna eventually start paying attention to how far James Hagens is sliding.
Yeah,
but Nashville should be over the moon to get a player like James Hagens.
You would think so.
Into their organization,
especially with Hagens probably isn't going to play this year. But
no,
you got Steven Stamkos in the organization. That's a good guy to learn from when you're coming up and learning the NHL game, especially for someone with a ton of scoring ability. And coming into his career, Stamkos was like basically a goal scorer only and adapted that all around play. And that's, I think, if there's a knock on Hagens, it is that there's a little bit of fear that he won't be able to handle the rough and tumble playoff style of hockey. I don't think that's true. I think skill overcomes a lot of things. They said the same stuff about Patrick Kane,
right?
Simply because he was an inch too short in their mind. So that's why we've seen Hagens slipping. But I don't know. It does feel like, I don't know, it's Nashville. It's Barry Trotz. They're always kind of.
Well, and I brought it up the other day. Barry Trotz's quote from the 2023 draft of saying, I can find bottom pair guys. I can find, depth players. I can find middle of the lineup players. Get me players who can get people out of their seats in a good way, get them excited. Higgins is a guy that would be able to do that. So I'll be surprised to see, where he goes. As you see here on the ESPN broadcast, Megan Chaika has her best available board. Higgins is at the top of it right now. Cam Robinson, currently blocked by Blackhawks fans. Go back to his tweet at the beginning of the draft. He said, last year I was 6 for the first 6. Let's see if we can make some magic happen. He had Schaefer, Misa, Frondell, Desnoyers. So he's 4 for 4 to start. He's got Roger McQueen at number 5. So
all right,
that
keeps it going.
To me, that if that ends up being the pick for Nashville over James Higgins, that's a bad pick. That's a bad pick. Skill for skill, give me James Higgins, and James Higgins doesn't have back problems as a big guy at 18 years old. That worries me.
Yeah.
We saw it with Caden Lindstrom. He missed almost all of, McQueen missed almost all of this year with back injuries. Caden Lindstrom missed last year with back injuries. He was the Columbus pick at number 4. Skill for skill, I'm going Higgins, and not having to worry about an 18-year-old with injury issues already, I'm going Higgins. So we'll see what Nashville ends up doing.
All right, before the Nashville pick comes in, we're going to take the temp, presented by our local trusted experts at Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. We can't hear the broadcast. It is getting panned on the chat and on the internet. People are not loving the broadcast. So there's taking the temp.
I'll say
from Four Seasons. Visit fourseasonsheatingcooling.com for all their special offers and money-saving coupons. That's fourseasonsheatingcooling.com.
I'll say the visuals of the broadcast, I don't know how that little room and conversation is going. Sounds pretty awkward and terrible, but it looks cool. Watching this fine on mute it looks cool. It looks like the draft should look. It looks a little different. But yeah, definitely from comments online, definitely seems like this is going so poorly that those who even said the decentralized draft might be a good idea are changing their tune and saying re-centralize it.
Little behind the scenes for our audience here. Yes, our All-City Slack that is handling all of our shows that are going on today are saying that the All-City Draft event is going way better than the ESPN one, graphic-wise, talent-wise, everything. So another reminder to tune into your All-City Draft shows.
100%. We have almost 1,000. We are one person away from 1,000 people watching right now.
Come on, people.
Hit that like button if you're here with us. So we have 513 likes, which is great.
People are people.
We appreciate that. But please, please, please do us a favor. Hit that like button. It takes you half a second, and it helps us out big time. Big time. So please just zoom over that like button and hammer it for us. We really appreciate that. The pick is in for the Nashville Predators.
Let's see
if they go big brain or if they...
Oh, you know what? This is going to be announced by Chicago Blackhawks defenseman Shea Weber.
Yes. He should come on the Hawks jersey.
What a traitor.
This traitor.
What a
bum. All the Hawks have done for him.
Trade his ass. What a traitor. Slap in the face of the team who made you a legend, Shea Weber.
Wow.
Couldn't even be there. Look at that. Doesn't even respect the Predators enough to be there in person. We're interrupting his precious golf game with this pesky draft.
This is ridiculous.
Selection. Come on now.
Wow.
That's hey, brutal. Jay Zawoski.
I cashed in.
Money in your pocket.
Brady Martin is the pick for the Nashville Predators.
This is a bad pick. Dumb.
You big-brained it.
Dumb Nashville Predators.
I'll take my $20 though. Thank you very much.
Wow.
All right, Brady Martin. The elevator pitch here from our friends.
When you're as close to the playoffs as the Predators are, you got to get a playoff performer.
Here we go. This from Elite Prospects. Brady Martin, 6'1", 178. A one-of-a-kind manipulative playmaker who overwhelms opponents with his monster forechecking ability and bone-crushing hits. Top 6 NHL outcome hinges on skating development.
Why is he on a puppy farm?
57 games with the Sioux Greyhounds, 33 goals, 39 assists, 72 points. That is Brady Martin, as my daughter would say it.
That's Good for the Preds. Good for the Preds. You got a third-line center at number 5.
All right.
Is that? Oh, that's him. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, we got.
No, that was Matthew Schaefer.
Oh, I think we're going to our first commercial break.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
That gives us a good time here, Sarah. Why don't we pull up Will Scouch, who had some thoughts on Anton Frondell. He was on with us last week. We got that video ready to go. Yeah. Well, Sarah's doing a ton, by the way. As these picks are coming in, she's putting up the graphics. She's changing the descriptions. This is a one-person show, and Sarah's running
MVP of the night.
100%. All right, here is Will Scouch, his report on Anton Frondell from last week.
Frondell is very interesting. I honestly, I mean this positively, I don't really know what they're getting. Like, I think he's a guy who I think could go a number of different directions in his career, and I think that there's a bit of flexibility to him that makes him accessible and good. Good, like a good option. I think with him, he brings a nice floor, right? He's physical. He is a really smart player off the puck at both ends of the ice. I think he does the things that coaches will look for him to do. He's not slow. He finishes his checks. He makes smart plays a lot of the time. He's a good goal scorer as well. Like, he brings a lot to the table that I think work. Personally, I think with Frondell, I think what really would be the upside of him is like one of those wingers who is on your first line and is just a guy you need on the first line to help the more like pacey puck control possession guys succeed. And Frondell does that really well. Now, playing center, I feel like his game is a little more limited. Like, the skating and skill combination, I think, is a little bit more of a question mark. But again, if you're Chicago, like, you've drafted so much and you have so much, a little bit of everything, that I think you can afford to take on the flexibility of Frondell and see where he fits. And I feel like, he might be a good third-line center for a team that goes to a really deep Stanley Cup run maybe one day. But he could be I think he's one of the best sort of complementary forwards that we've seen in a little while. I don't really know where he's going. I think 3, I could see it. He's in a tier for me in that range, but I think that it really just depends on where you see him going in his career. But I mean, he's a perfectly acceptable option. I think he's gonna play. It's just a matter of like with the limitations in his game and how they project to the NHL.
All right, that's Will Scouch. Good stuff from him. If you missed that interview, go back and watch it. It was great. Really good information on a number of NHL prospects.
Yeah. No, I liked talking with Will, getting his insight, and right there with Frondell. Like, I think there's a lot to like about his game, and there's a lot to grow at his game as well. Like, you're not getting players that are fully formed at 18 years old, and we had this discussion last week, but talking about how drafts and the process of development is a lot different than other leagues. We just had the NBA draft. Those guys are playing next year. NFL draft earlier this year. Those guys are playing this year. Like, these guys, I think outside of Schaefer and Misa, maybe for both of those guys, none of these guys are playing in the NHL next year.
No.
It's highly unlikely any of these guys are playing in the NHL next year. So there's a lot of growth and development that's going to happen with Frondell. It might be in Sweden, might be in Rockford. We'll see what happens. I think it'll likely be in Sweden, but there's still a lot of growth to go, a lot of maturing to go for these guys. As the pick is in for the PHLY Flyers.
Man, they're probably pissed Brady Martin's gone.
He felt like a really good flyer. That feels like a flyer,
doesn't it?
You know who also feels like a flyer here? Porter Martone.
Yes, he sure does.
Charles Barkley, Philly legend, announcing the pick.
He's a
Charles
Phoenix
Barkley,
son.
also puck knower. Charles knows his game.
Trying to read lips.
All right, we're 1 hour into the broadcast, and we are making the 6th pick.
Yeah, we got to pick up the pace here.
I was shocked at the 3-minute clock, but all the extra tomfoolery around each pick is taking up a lot of time.
We might be here till 1 a.m.
That's why I got a Red Bull. The pick is in. It is. All right. Are we spitballing with Chuck here? What are we doing? 6 pick. Porter Martone. Good pick, Flyers.
That's a good pick. That's a flyer. That feels like a flyer.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really good pick.
All right,
have fun with him, PHLY. That's gonna be good stuff for the Flyers.
Here's elite prospects on Porter Martone. 6'2 1/4. No, 6'2 3/4.
Oh.
208, right-hand shot, a special talent whose passing vision and tactical genius could put him up against the NHL's elite playmakers, a unique combination of hard and soft skills with top-line upside. The knock on Martone
That's too bad he just can't skate.
Yeah,
just can't stay up on his feet.
And I think there's been some thoughts, too, about the lack of physicality in his game, but when we had him on the show a couple weeks ago, he kind of alluded to the fact that, like, well, I got to be on the ice. Mm-hmm. Like, I can't be taking penalties. So I got to, I will add that to my game as I move up the ranks, and I'm confident he will as well. So, all right, Porter Martone, friend of the show.
Friend of the program, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I like Martone. I think, too, when thinking about how he could have potentially fit with the Blackhawks is, one thing that Kyle Davidson and his staff have valued is character. And I think you talk to Martone, he's a really solid kid. And when you look at, being named captain with your junior team amongst your peers, that's a good feather in your cap. You were named captain for your Team Canada team at the U18s. Like, to be able to be a leader amongst your peers is something that is there's something to be said for that. So, I thought that would have been one of the attributes that would have tilted him towards the Blackhawks. But again, going to the Flyers here, seems like a very Philly pick. It's a really good pick. I'm excited to see what he becomes, and glad that he's not in the Central Division.
Yeah, no doubt. I guess these are the official draft hats. I can't really see what's on the side there.
It's like it's like the draft logo with like the team logo. It's not. Right. Yeah, it doesn't really jump
Fanatics
off the board.
has been pretty bland in the hat game. It's very minimalist.
Yeah.
All the time.
I forget what year it was. I think it was the 2017 draft. The year it was in Chicago.
Yeah, those are cool.
I think I liked those ones.
Like the jersey stripes on the side.
Yeah, I think those are the ones I'm trying to remember.
I bought one, but it didn't fit my head.
No.
So I could never wear it. That's the story of my life with these damn hats. I have such a weird shaped head. You know what this draft needs? We need some action here, man. Like, this is
a trade would be nice.
A trade or something. Like, come on.
I'm not. Look, I really do feel like you got Boston coming up here next. We talked about it. What was it, yesterday's show?
Yeah. What
is Boston doing?
Who knows?
Do they make this pick? Do they trade back for more quantity in picks? Like, they need quality players in their prospect system. Yes, they also need more of them. This might be a spot where we see the Islanders say, hey, Boston, we'll give you 16 and 17. You get 2 mid-first round picks. Don't screw it up like you did in 2015.
Yeah.
But you can get those back-to-back picks there in the middle of the first round, plus maybe more, and then the Islanders swoop in here and take James Higgins.
You have to, if you're Boston, you've got to, the problem, they got to pick a direction, and it just doesn't seem like they have one right now. But like you said, it's like they're better off with quantity, especially this low. This is a draft that was not overly deep. Next year's draft, different story, much better draft next year, not just because they gave him McKenna, but just overall, it's a better class. So, would it be nice for Boston to get Higgins? Yes. But if they can get 2 guys that are going to be in their middle 6 when the next generation of Bruins come, that might have more value, right? And if they do decide to maybe actually rebuild or try to do one of Stan Bowman's, patented rebuilds on the fly, fine. But you need players, and the Bruins just don't have anything in the pipeline right now.
Here's something interesting from our friends at Puckpedia. They have the Perry pick evaluator. Yeah. Not Corey Perry, different Perry. But it assigns a value based off of, the percentage that player hits, becomes an NHLer, plays 200-plus games, whatever. They said, we are now at the point in the draft value calculator where the Islanders' picks at 16 and 17 are worth more Then the upcoming pick at number 7. The pick value for 16 and 17 combined is a 45.69. Nice. The value for pick number 7 is a 42.44. So if you're a math analyst, nerd, hockey nerd,
yes,
that might signal to you we might be in a spot where moving some of these picks makes a lot of sense for both teams involved in it too. And the Islanders, with trying to move around what they've been trying to do to land both Schaefer and Higgins, it's been said they're willing to do almost anything. This new regime under Matthew Darche, they're willing to do almost anything to make this work to get James Higgins. So if I'm Boston, I'm saying, all right, you really want it? It's going to be more than 16 and 17.
Well, yeah, and look, and if for whatever reason the Bruins don't want to rebuild, which they should, but okay, take an active body off the roster.
Right.
Get Barzal. Get Anders Lee. Like, get somebody like that that can help the Bruins maybe stay relevant. I don't know. I just don't know what their plan is, but it's like, the reason that Kyle Davidson has been compiling draft picks is so you get more lottery tickets, more of them will theoretically hit, and that's great. Back to the Hawks, though. Yeah, they've got a lot of capital. Why aren't they being a little more active and trying to trade up to get somebody like James Higgins out? Maybe they are. I don't know, but
maybe they're trying.
I would like to see a little more just from Davidson in general. I like the Frondell pick, but I feel like it's another safe draft pick. I think Levchinov was another safe draft pick. I want to see some swings here. You want to aim high and hope it hits. Look, they've done a good job at developing your prospects. Like, pretty much everyone Kyle Davidson has drafted is either on pace or above of the pace they were expected to develop at. So trust your development staff that they can take a project like Sam Renzel and turn it into something really good. The pick is James Higgins.
Pickens in for the Bruins.
Chris Peters. So there you go. James Higgins off the board. This is chalky as hell. Aside from Brady Martin.
Yeah, Brady Martin's kind of off the beaten path there. Who's making the pick for the Bruins?
Brad Marchand.
Adam Sandler.
Of course. You got to get the Happy Gilmore promotion in there while you're at it.
Well, and Boston's changing their jerseys for their centennial season as well. And it's the era of jersey that Sandler wears in Happy Gilmore.
This is their centennial? I thought, what was the thing 2 years ago? Where they had all those different jerseys.
Oh, no, not for Centennial. No, you're right. Not for Centennial. Okay. But they are changing their jersey.
They're just getting new jerseys.
Yeah. And it's new because it's old.
Correct.
Yeah. And old things can be fun, Mark Lazarus. So there's James Higgins. He is a Boston Bruin. Fitting for he is playing his college hockey in Boston with Boston College. So he will be playing in Boston next season one way or another. That's a good pick. I mean, Bruins, like we were just saying, like they need quality. They also need quantity. James Higgins is a guy that when this draft cycle started, this time last year, he was the number one guy. He falls to 7. It's a steal of a pick, honestly. Like, this is a guy that shouldn't have been outside the top 5.
Here is elite prospects on James Higgins, 5'10 and a half, 177 left-hand shot, dynamic skating, handling, and full scoring arsenal. Could make the former number 1 overall favorite a steal if he returns to his play-driving ways. With Boston College last year, 37 points in 37 games. That included 11 goals. And with the World Junior Championships, he had 9 points in 7 games for Team USA. So this is just a good player, a good scorer who, 5'10 and a half, ugh.
Yeah.
How's he ever going to succeed at this level? Yeah, he's going to. I promise you. I promise you this is a good pick for the Bruins, and he's going to be a quality NHL player for a long time.
Yeah. And again, as I was saying with, these guys growing in their games, they're going to grow physically too. Like I won't be shocked if when James Higgins is, fully realized and playing in the NHL, we're talking about a guy that's close to, if not 6 foot. Like it's not out of the realm of possibility. And apparently that, the 6 foot marker is where, that's that magic marker where you can or can't play in the NHL. No, I think this is a really good pick for the Bruins. I don't see any downside here for them at all. It's a guy that's probably playing in the NHL not next year, but the year after. And if they're trying to kind of do this on the fly, getting a guy that has that potential, to be an impact on your NHL roster within 2 years of you making the pick, like that's pretty key.
Okay. Martone's gone. Hagens is gone. Is there anyone on the board that you would specifically like to see the Blackhawks trade up for?
Well, looking at our big board here, that was compiled by Charlie O'Connor of PHLY for the All-City Network. The highest ranked guy that's still available is at number 6 with Roger McQueen. I don't want the Blackhawks trading up for Roger McQueen. I still have, unless we're talking about, we're getting to 10, 11, 12, then maybe you make that swing and say, okay, maybe the back issues aren't something to be that concerned about. This is a guy that if he was healthy all year would have been probably picked within the top 5.
Yeah.
That's fine. He's also at the top of the board of Megan Chaika's best available for ESPN. So I'm not jumping over, the table to make that trade up for that kind of player. But Victor Eklund, I think, is one that I'm interested in.
Like.
I don't think he's necessarily falling yet. I think he's still, being on the board is reasonable. But that would be one that I think would be interesting to see where he goes. I don't think the Blackhawks need to, again, jump over the table to get a defenseman, but Radim Murka, he'd be an interesting guy to add to the blue line, but I don't think that's in the plans for the Blackhawks. One guy that I think will be there in the mid-teens, that if Chicago wants to get crazy, maybe they talk to the Islanders. Now, if they have back-to-back picks, maybe they try and use one of those picks to move up, one of those picks to move back and gain capital. Carter Bear, I really like his game.
Yeah,
I really like the feistiness he has to it, the motor he has, the edge he plays with. He's one of those guys that, has that style that we've talked about with, Brady Martin and how he moved up, that playoff style player.
Yes.
But he's also got a 40-goal season under his belt
and he's
as well.
6 foot.
Oh yeah,
so
he's
guaranteed to be great.
Above the magical number. Yeah. That'd be a guy that I'd be happy if the Hawks are trying to move up into that range and make a play for. But we'll see what materializes. If they do make the 25th pick, if they make a third first-round pick, Davidson's done that twice before.
Yeah,
he might make it a third time in 4 years that he makes 3 first-round picks. Who knows? So we'll see how things materialize. But that would be a guy that I would say, or those are 2 that I would put out there and say, worth it.
I'm with you on that. And again, if there's someone you really like, don't be afraid to use some draft capital to get it. Like, let's go. I want to see some aggressiveness.
They're supposed to make 10 picks in this draft.
Yeah.
I can't imagine they make all 10 of them.
I wouldn't think so. 900 folks watching. Thank you very much. Please do us a favor and hit that like button. The Seattle Kraken are on the clock, and the pick is in. So we'll be finding out who Seattle is taking momentarily. In the meantime, hit that like button for us. We'd appreciate that very, very much.
Seattle, then Buffalo, then Anaheim. Some interesting teams.
Yeah.
Figuring out the directions which way they want to go, especially Buffalo. Like, I'm still kind of perplexed with the Peterka trade.
Well, I mean, and now we're talking, like, there's rumors today they're going to trade Tage Thompson. What is that? You just traded for...
Yeah, you're getting worse.
You just traded for J.J. Peterka. You insisted on NHL-ready talent. I don't believe they're trading him until it's actually done.
Right.
I'll believe they're really doing that. But
right.
All it takes is one person saying, "Oh yeah, I'm hearing this," and then it catches on like wildfire. So we'll see.
The pick is in. Who's making the selection for Seattle?
Dave Grohl.
Eddie Vedder. Let's see, who was it going to be?
Kind of picked up the pace a little bit here.
A little bit. Seattle Kraken announcing the pick is in person. Who's this? Who is this? I don't know who this person is.
The person looks familiar, but out of context,
Is it an actor, musician?
Oh, Jerry Bruckheimer. Yes. See, I knew he looked familiar.
Co-owner of the Seattle Kraken. There you go. Jerry Bruckheimer. And they have picked Jake O'Brien.
Sarah, where are you getting your scoops?
The NHL tracker is like 10, 15 seconds ahead of what you guys are watching,
NHL
which is
tracker.
the biggest blessing on this planet.
All right, well, we need that.
There you go.
It's making my life a little easier.
Good to know.
Nice.
All right.
Jake O'Brien. This feels right for Jake O'Brien. Inside the top 5, I would have been little early. This feels right for him. Got an opportunity to kind of get a feel for him this season, keeping up with Nick Lardis and Merrick Van Acker in Brantford. He's a really silky smooth player.
Elite prospects, Jake O'Brien, 6'1" and 3/4, 172, right-hand shot, a deceptive and smooth playmaker with high-end vision, a detailed approach, and lots of physical runway left. Improved pace can make him a top 6 center with the Brantford Bulldogs last year. 32 goals, 66 assists, and 98 points in 68 games. So big scoring from Jake O'Brien of Brantford. Look for Nick Lardis on these highlights.
Yeah. He had a good season helping him set up those 71 goals, 32 goals, 66 assists, 98 points this season, according to Elite Prospect. Shades of Blackhawks legend Dylan Strome.
Okay. The description sounds about right.
Yeah, I think it fits. I think his playmaking ability is up there with some of the best in the class. A lot of people consider Martone maybe one of the best playmaking forwards in the draft class. They're comparing him with Jake O'Brien as well. I think he's got one of the best sets of hands in the class. I think it's just with a lot of these guys, it's filling out their frame. He's a little slim at 6'2", 175 pounds, but there's still time to grow. He was a driver for Brantford this year. Definitely one of the guys that it fits that he was in that discussion for the top 5. I think they were just better players, but being here at 8 for Seattle, they're still an organization figuring out where they're still young in the NHL.
Yeah.
They're not the Vegas Golden Knights of the expansion era of the NHL where you hit the ground running and you just buy in and contend. Seems like they're kind of going to try and go the builder route, but this is a good pick for them.
Yes.
Thank you.
Buffalo Sabres are on the clock. Kevin Weeks just tweeted a photo of what I believe is Salt Lake City.
There's mountains.
There are mountains with the eyeball emoji.
Would the Mammoth be trading
up
back in?
I don't know. We'll find out.
Is that Colorado mountains?
That could be Colorado too.
I don't know.
I'm looking for the DNVR bar on there.
I don't see it. Yeah.
We'll find out.
I'll dive into the replies and see what this is. Someone says Newark, New Jersey. Nope, that's not true. Everyone's saying Crosby to Colorado. Well, hey, George LaRocque, before we went on the air,
that will shake up.
Tweeted out
the draft.
Something to the effect of, I believe Crosby will be playing elsewhere this season. And I don't know how tuned in or insidery George LaRocque is. But I wouldn't think he's someone that's just saying things to say things. I don't know. That would be you talk about a team that's going to skyrocket to the bottom of the league. Moving Crosby does that for the Pittsburgh Penguins. That's full-on rebuild.
They need to.
That's trading Jonathan Toews and Patrick Kane on the same day.
The guy is so good that he keeps you too relevant.
Right.
It's like he keeps you, him alone keeps you too competitive.
We'll see.
And as AKZ says, they'll let him pick his next team. Crosby to Colorado has had smoke around it for probably 8 months.
It's been on that simmer, and you look at the Colorado trade today. They added Gavin Brindley, who's on an entry-level deal, and 2 picks, and they moved out 2 NHL contracts with Miles Wood, and Charlie Coyle.
And this allows the NHL to rig it for them, so they can get McKenna.
Yeah, right. That is true. Yeah. I'm going to look at what is Colorado's cap situation right now on Puckpedia.
And Sidney Crosby, very easily rememberable cap hit, 8.7.
They currently have 8.95.
Oh, God bless it.
1 hour in, and we're at pick 9.
Yeah, it's a grind. It's a grind, Sarah.
I mean, in fairness, the first 10 minutes were fluff, but...
Just thought I should remind everyone.
I think they should actually, once the pick is made, start the clock. Instead of let it sit for 5 minutes before you hit start.
Right. Also, if it should be, if the clock hits 0, you get skipped. It should be fantasy football online draft rules. Like, do you have auto pick on? That's what it should. That's what it should be. Megan Cheka's best available is the auto pick pool.
Yes.
If you run out of time, you get the next best.
You get whoever's on there. Exactly. Kevin Weeks does this stuff.
He sure does.
Now we're all distracted.
He sure does.
I will say though, you got to give us credit, Sarah, for a watch along. We're doing a lot of talking.
You guys are doing great.
Sometimes watch alongs are just sitting
professionals,
there, looking at computers, all that stuff. KQ in the chat says, with the Hawks take Ravensburger, the goalie, with the 25th pick. I think with the Spencer Knight trade, drafting a first-round goalie is probably out of the question, even though Ravensburger is the greatest name in the draft.
Yeah, and the best goalie.
Actually, I think Roger McQueen is the best name in the draft.
Yeah?
But Ravensburger is pretty great.
Ravensburger's pretty good.
All right, the Sabres pick is in
for the Sabres.
See what they're up to.
Yeah, I tend to think that a first-round goalie is a little unnecessary for the Hawks, but I wouldn't be surprised if they take one.
I don't mind taking one every year. I mean, especially when you have as many picks as you have.
Yeah. Well, we talked to what's the name of their scouting director? Donahue. We talked to Mike Donahue last year and posed that question. He was like, "Well, it's not necessarily the route to go for them, but we'll see. They have young depth at the position. I'm not opposed to a day 2 goalie pick, but who's picking the...
Is this Johnny Resnick from the Goo Goo Dolls?
Is it?
Is this the biggest...
Are they from Buffalo?
I don't know.
I wouldn't know.
Are they still a thing even?
Oh, the Goo Goo Dolls are having a tremendous resurgence. I think a new
What?
Sarah and Emma, Goo Goo Dolls, yay or nay on the new generation of music?
I don't even know.
They're both staring at you blankly.
Deers and headlights. Never mind.
With drool coming out of their mouths.
Never mind.
The pick is in. It is Radim Mrtka, defenseman.
Cool.
From Czechia.
There you go. Played with the Seattle Thunderbirds of the WHL this past season.
It's a huge man.
He's a very large defenseman.
6'5" 3/4", 207 right-hand shot. A towering, minute-eating defenseman on track to become an NHLer. He has top 4 skill, sense, and pace some nights, but he'll have to find them every night to maintain effectiveness, as you mentioned. In 43 games with the Thunderbirds, 3 goals, 32 assists, 35 points. This is a big, big man.
Big dude. Square jaw.
So if a defenseman for the Sabres, not a huge shock.
No.
Is he a right-hand shot?
You know what the defensemen need, or what the Sabres need?
Defensemen.
They definitely don't have that position shored up at all.
Well, this, Mrtka feels like a guy who's probably a few years away at least. Maybe 2 years away.
Yeah.
And sometimes these bigger dudes, they can kind of struggle to transition because of the speed and the, learning how to take angles and things comes a little harder for them. At the lower levels, they're able to just kind of use their reach, use their stick, and they do have elite ability in comparison to the players they're playing against in the WHL or wherever they might be playing. But when it comes to the NHL and you've got a different level of speed, it's a big adjustment for these guys. So we'll see. This has been a name that's been floating out there a lot. Feels about the right place for Mrtka. Is this the second defenseman only taken?
Yeah, this is only the second defenseman. Not a defensive heavy top of the draft outside of Schaefer. Yeah, I mean, and Mrtka is a guy that I think climbed up the draft boards as we got closer to the draft. Like, I don't think he was necessarily looking at potentially being a top 10 pick a couple of weeks ago, but definitely has grown as you got closer to and after the combine. But yeah, I mean, he's a big guy, physical, good in transition, rangy, as you hear with all of these,
all the big guys,
large
rangy
defensemen, like rangy guys can, use their stick well to break up opponents' transition opportunities. So good pick for the Sabres, who definitely need more young defensemen.
Yes. I'm Radim Murtka, very excited to meet Johnny Resnick and the Goo Goo Dolls. You can just see the excitement in his face of, who is this pink-haired man? And why are the pink-haired people talking to the Sabres brass?
I think they're
hey, what are you guys doing? Trading Peterka. I don't know how to do a Buffalo accent, so I just use a Chicago guy one. I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm going to throw some wings at you. I don't know. I don't know what people from Buffalo sound
just
like. Just
start singing Iris. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. I saw them at like the second Twisted Christmas.
Nice.
That was a hell of a lineup. It's Alanis Morissette, Oasis, Goo Goo Dolls, White Zombie. It was like star-studded.
That's awesome.
It was a good show.
I would love to go to that.
And also the Goo Goo Dolls.
Oh, yeah, Goo Goo Dolls have had a bit of a resurgence.
You keep saying that, but you...
because the song Iris has been getting a lot of play on Instagram and TikTok. A lot of people are promoting, going back and saying, hey, this song was a banger, as what the kids say. So a younger generation is now being exposed to that song and the Goo Goo Dolls track list. And yeah, I think it's not to the same level of like Creed, but they're kind of getting that like
is
coming
it also
back
sarcastic.
They're like they're getting that like coming back around the orbit of like, hey, this music wasn't so bad after all. Maybe it's just still.
I mean, it's a good song.
It's a great song, written specifically for that Nicolas Cage movie where he was an angel,
Michael,
City of Angels, right? I think it was. Someone looked that up.
No, Michael is the one where he's an angel. I don't know.
He's an angel in multiple movies. Anyways.
Got a quote here from Anton Frondell, who says his goal is to make the Blackhawks this season. Ooh. Quote, if I'm not good enough, I'm going back to Djurgårdens.
Cool. All right.
Hopefully the Hawks send along that entire video and we can turn it around and play it for y'all pretty quickly.
They're doing the Zoom right now. We don't have the ability to
with the commercial break going on right now, let's knock out some of these super chats.
Yes, let's do it. All right, sure. N Done 22-6 for $5 says, has there ever been a time where a team has run out of time at the draft? Was it the NFL? Was it the Vikings?
That was the Vikings, yeah.
Yeah. I don't remember in the NHL.
Not that I can think of in the NHL, but it should. It should happen more often.
You are correct, City of Angels. My wife has chimed in.
There you go, yeah.
And you're correct, Mario. Good job.
Sam
Hope
D.
says a crap movie with a good soundtrack.
Nice. Sam D. $2 says, let down like the Centennial sweater.
Some people just like being miserable.
I mean, I said it, to you when we got the information of the Centennial sweater yesterday, and was just kind of like, you know what? I like that they're not going crazy, but I'm also a little let down that it's not something a little bit more different. But it's going to look great because their original jerseys look great anyway. So as we've seen it on Frondell, I think it looks completely fine.
Brother Seamus for $2 says tank Frondell.
Well, you don't have to tank for him. They already got him.
I think he's referring to him as a tank.
As a tank. Ah, okay. Gotcha.
DJ Schnell says trade up for Martone or Higgins.
Can't do it now.
Too late now.
Would have been a good idea, but yeah.
Where were we at 20 minutes ago? Come on, DJ. And End done again, $2. Is Frondell able to play in Rockford this season?
He could.
Yeah, he could, but he just said if he doesn't make the Hawks out of camp, he's going to the SHL. Yeah. So,
which would be cool for him.
It's fine. I mean, that's a pro league.
That's a pro league. It's tier 1 professional. So, like I was mentioning before, he helped that club get promotion from the Allsvenskan to the SHL. So not only would it be, him playing professionally again, even though it's not Rockford, it's a step up. I'm not going to, jump out and say it's a step up from the AHL, but it's a step up professionally. And I think that's a good idea, because sometimes when you have these young guys and they, especially internationally, come to North America, they're in a completely new city, in a completely new setup. they got their teammates and everything, but they don't really know too many people all that well. They got to get to know everybody. It can be, a tough transition. So if he's not going to be in the NHL and make all of that transition worth it, I'm completely understanding and fine with him playing this next year in Sweden. Makes a lot of sense.
Yes. All right, the Ducks pick is in. Gary Bettman is standing there. And here comes...
Who is going to the Ducks?
Oh, it's Charlie Conway.
Oh, yeah. This is...
Finally, a real star.
This is Charlie Conway and Kat... Oh, what was her name?
Oh, yeah.
The goalie.
Goldberg?
Julie the Cat.
Marguerite Moreau. Great name.
And Joshua Jackson.
Well, now I know why my wife is watching.
Charlie Conway,
she
Julie the
loves
Cat.
Joshua Jackson.
Sarah, Emma, they're working too hard for my shenanigans.
You guys know who Joshua Jackson is?
No.
Actor?
Dawson's Creek?
Emma said no, but I'll Google.
That's fine.
Emma knows it.
Secondhand knows the show.
The age
Dawson's
gap
Creek.
is violent tonight, friends. It is the Grand Canyon. Yep, just got a text from my wife. So hot.
Ducks
many O's.
Pick
many
is
T's.
in.
It is Roger McQueen.
Roger McQueen.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
All right.
Best name in the draft.
So the Ducks passed on big forward with back injuries, Caden Lindstrom last year, to pick big forward with back injuries, Roger McQueen this year. Okay.
6'5" and a quarter, 197. Ooh, he's a rail. Right-hand shot, a power center with highlight reels handling skill, a sniper's release, playmaking ability, and a defensive impact, but repeated injuries make him the draft's biggest risk. Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
biggest. I mean, that might be overstating a little bit from elite prospects, but damn, that is a. They had him in a range of 4 through 9. So
yeah, I mean, back injuries are not something to mess with. I mean, we've had that experience before in Chicago with another big guy who a lot of people tied a lot of hopes for the future of the Hawks with Eric Daze. And if his back didn't have issues, could he have been more for Chicago?
Yes, he could have.
And I think that is, that's a big what if with the Blackhawks of that generation. But with McQueen, you lose almost an entire year in your development stages. You saw that with Lindstrom. It's a big question mark. It's a big risk. So. But I think, had he been healthy all year, this is a guy that's easily in the top 5.
Yeah.
I think with the size, with the skill, with the production he would have had in the WHL this year, would have been playing with Team Canada at the World Juniors very likely. Like, it's a lot missed. So we'll see. Anaheim's in a position where they're a step ahead of where the Hawks are with as many young guys that they have in their prospect system on the NHL roster, but this is a guy that they're adding to it. He's got some time to kind of figure things out.
Elite Prospects also says, let's get this out of the way at the beginning. Roger McQueen is the draft's biggest risk, but he could also very well end up as the best player in the entire class. So something to keep an eye on. That is a swing for the fences pick by the Ducks, and you can do that at 10, right? Like, that's the spot where you can do it. So, Sarah, we are through 10. Do we want to hit the break zone for the first time? Are we prepared to do so, or do you want to wait a little bit? All right, we'll wait a little bit. Instead of the break, since we're not going to a break, why don't you do us a favor?
We have plenty of time.
Button? Yeah, we got plenty of time. We got 7 hours.
I need to formally apologize. She was Connie from the Mighty Ducks, not Julie.
Oh.
Connie.
Well,
my mistake.
We'll let you stay.
Yeah,
I suppose.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Shades of Evgeny Malkin for Roger McQueen.
Okay. Shades of Wayne Gretzky. Wow. What a great pick. I love that. Shades of NFL draft. Dan Marino and Joe Montana. Yeah. Okay, wow. Damn. He's really good. There's the little ball of hate himself, Pat Verbeek.
Pat Verbeek.
This is, we can't hear this, but it does look incredibly awkward. And they said that
I like
Higgins couldn't talk to the Bruins. There was technical difficulties.
Oh, sure, of course. Yeah, I appreciate the NHL for trying to make things interesting when they know they're working from behind, when everyone hates the decentralized draft. So I don't think after how this first hour and a half has gone We've made 10 picks in an hour and a half. With the way it's being received by viewers at home, by the people that are there, I don't see any way that they don't say, okay, 2026 draft, we're re-centralizing and we're going to Montreal or whatever.
I mean, it seems like the big problem, though, is this stuff. Is just talking to the... I think you could make it work if you don't try to reinvent the wheel.
Right.
Just do the draft. The NFL doesn't do this stuff. The players come out, they hug Roger Goodell, they put the hat on,
they do
onto the next one.
They do an interview, which they're doing here.
But it's quick.
But yeah, it moves faster.
No one cares what Pat Verbeek has to say.
NHL comp from ESPN on Roger McQueen is Quinton Byfield.
Oh, sorry.
Quinton Byfield, the big power forward that didn't have back problems.
The Ducks down the middle, by the way. This from Cam Robinson. Leo Carlson, 6'3", 205. Mason McTavish, 6'1", 220. Roger McQueen, 6'5", 195. We're gonna have some. We're definitely gonna have some Hawks, Sharks, Ducks playoff matchups again.
I hope so.
Kind of funny how they're all gonna kind of align again.
I hope so. This was dug up by who's this? Hattie at Hattie Shy on Twitter. They went through Anton Frondell's Instagram. A post from July 30th, 2019, supposedly is his first post on Instagram, is him as a tiny child in 2019 wearing a Chicago shirt. I don't know what this is.
Looks like a Bulls shirt.
Maybe Chicago Bulls shirt.
Let's see you turn that a little bit.
Yeah, probably Chicago Bulls. I'll send this in the Slack channel and try and get that image up there so it's nice and clear. But that's cool. I mean, Chicago's a universal city. Lots of people have Bulls merch all over the world. But still, the fact that he had something to tie him to Chicago, even in a Instagram picture from 6 years ago when he was in the 4th grade, that's
I love
pretty cool.
Notable draft picks of the Penguins. Sidney Crosby and Evgeny Malkin. I couldn't tell what the third one was, but it doesn't matter.
Marc-Andre Fleury.
Now, they just showed the War Room in Pittsburgh. Does not look like a room that just traded Sidney Crosby. I think you'd have a little more emotion in that room, I think, if that was the case.
Probably. We also would probably have heard about it by now. More from Anton Frondell in his talking with the Chicago media. From Mark Lazarus, what did Marcus Kruger tell Anton Frondell about Chicago? Quote, that it's the best team in the league. If you want to win, go to Chicago.
Okay. Marcus Kruger lost his TV after leaving the United States for Sweden. That's fine.
Let's see, more here from Ben Pope. Says Frondell, quote, it's an amazing feeling. I'm still shocked. It was a blackout when I heard my name.
That's cool.
Yeah.
You know what this draft doesn't have yet either? Is two of the parents tongue kissing when their child is drafted.
Hey, we're only 10 picks in.
That's horrible.
Give it time.
That still
Give it time.
When I see it, I'm still like, ugh.
Let the parents in the crowd.
Just where's your head at?
Well, think your 18-year-old son is like.
Yes, your kid was just drafted. You know you're on TV or very close to it, and you're just like, let's go.
They're
it's
like,
time, honey.
Like, yeah, we did that. We made that
That's
happen.
what I was thinking. I was
Can
like,
you imagine how horrifying that would be for the kid?
I mean,
you're most famous for your parents' tongue kissing on the draft.
Outside of being a Coyotes/Mammoth fan and not knowing all that much about him, that's what I know him the most for.
That's what he's
for his
that's
parents.
What he's most famous for.
Frenching when he got drafted.
I mean, and it was her.
That will literally never leave him either.
The mom initiated that,
He's
too.
going to go into the Hall of Fame in like 10
That'll be
years.
his Hall of
and
Fame
that's,
bust.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Right behind him. They'll build a statue to him, but behind him are his parents tongue kissing. There's like a little button that makes it.
Kevin Weeks is doing the eyeballs emoji with the New York Islanders logo as the pick is in for the Pittsburgh Penguins. Do we have a trade to announce? Sidney Crosby is an Islander.
Oh, my God. The Lou Lamoriello era is officially over. Now
Is he announcing?
It sounds like he's announcing a trade.
Is he announcing a trade? No. Here comes. Who's this? Father-son duo. Is that Letang? Yeah, Chris Letang and
Mini. Oh my God, and mini Chris Letang.
Mini Letang.
All right, the pick is in for the Penguins. It is Benjamin Kindle.
Okay, cool.
I am an expert on Benjamin Kindle, let me tell you. 5'10", 176 from the Calgary Hitmen, formerly owned by Bret Hart.
Formerly? Did he get rid of it?
I thought he got rid of it. Oh. Maybe not. The excellence of execution. We'll look that up.
Why are they still known as the Hitmen?
5'10", 176 right-hand shot, relentless pace, vision, mid-range scoring, and defensive details define this hard-working forwards game. In 65 games with Calgary, 35 goals, 64 assists, 99 points.
Oof, nice. Shades of Clayton Keller. That's good.
Okay. That description sounds like Clayton Keller.
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, this is the organization that I think as we've been talking about, going into next season, where teams are going, what directions they're going, this feels like the organization, the Penguins, the only one that's going down. Hawks are trying to get better. Sharks are trying to get better.
And I think we need to inform that that's the reality when we've all been hoping the Hawks could make a trade and yada yada. There's not a lot of teams right now that are looking to add draft picks.
Right.
At least at 25. You're not going to give up 3 for anything short of like a Jason Robertson type. Even if they'd given up 3 to get Peterka, I might have been a little bit itchy about it because I do feel like Frondell could eventually evolve into a player as good as Peterka, maybe better. Who knows? When you look at the overall game, maybe the stats won't be as flashy, but the overall game, I don't know. It's and it's something to keep in mind going into Tuesday with free agency, where if they don't make a trade this year, it's just not a lot of teams looking to sell.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to figure something out here. How long do you hold on to Crosby, Malkin, Letang, like Brian Rust? Like, what are you going to do with those guys?
Elliot Friedman, says Pittsburgh is moving down from 12.
Oh, that's right. They had back-to-back picks.
So I wonder.
So maybe Islanders are moving up?
It must be based on Kevin Weeks.
Maybe, yeah. That'll be interesting. That'll be interesting to see. This from Frank Saravalli. I got to share this. The Ducks are bringing newly selected Roger McQueen to Disneyland tonight in a helicopter. Like,
sweet.
Right now, Roger McQueen can meet Lightning McQueen at Cars Land.
Have you ever seen the Lightning McQueen at Disney World?
No.
It's crazy. It is like the character is literally pulling up to you. There's this experience that you go into a theater, and Lightning McQueen literally pulls out. The eyes are animated. The wheels move. It is crazy.
It's a bucket list for me to go there.
It's
truly
crazy.
Yeah, it looks awesome.
Kids were like, he's right there. That's really him. It's very cool to see.
Owen Wilson in the car?
Wow.
Just so people know, Lightning McQueen is not real.
Not real. Yeah.
What?
Wow.
I saw him.
Wow.
Why would you say that?
Sarah, there are kids watching.
Jeez. What are your thoughts on Santa Claus, too?
Oh, real? Where do you think the presents come?
About the Tooth Fairy.
Where do you think your tooth goes?
This pick is going to Philly for 22 and 31.
Going to Philly.
Yes.
Pittsburgh and Philly facilitating a trade with each other. Wow.
So,
okay.
25 and 34 for the Hawks to trade up to this pick would not be enough.
What were the two? 22 and
22 and 31.
Okay. Well,
so Philly's
close,
on the clock.
but yeah. Interesting. All right. So Philly
wonder who they're eyeing here.
Philly is on the clock. Yeah, I wouldn't know. Well, let's look at who's still out there. You got Cameron Schmidt is still out there. Cole Reshny is still out there.
Victor Eklund is still out there.
Victor Eklund is still there. Carter Bear is still there.
Justin Carbonneau is still out there.
Yep. There's a lot of really good players there.
Future Blackhawk Cullen Potter is out there.
Could be. Could be there.
I don't know.
This will be interesting to see what they do.
Chris Letang
they
is
just
back.
throw Chris Letang back out there. Well, wait, are they trading it?
What's the button for?
What button?
There's a button right in front of young Chris Letang.
Oh, it's the trade button. All
right, that's actually kind of funny.
That's cool. I like that. Trade alert. Where's our trade alert? Do we play it?
She did it already.
Already did it.
All right,
Sarah's
cool.
way ahead of it.
Wee woo, wee woo.
All already knew it was happening.
Nice. That's right. Sarah's ahead of the
Sarah's
broadcast.
the NHL insider here at CHGO.
She's got an earpiece in directly to the studio feed.
And the pick is in for Philly, so whoever they wanted, they knew who it was.
Pick is in? Oh, yeah. Pick is in. All right, let's see what they're going to do.
All right, get out of here, Letang. You only get one pick.
Oh, no, it just says on the clock.
He's like, I was going to do 2 picks. No, you're not. Get out of
They
here.
flew me out here for this? So Flyers had 3 picks in the first round originally, 22 and 31. So now they're moving up to get to 12. Yeah. Interesting. Okay.
You're allowed to move up when you have a lot of draft assets? Weird. Sorry.
Jay, we're not even halfway through this draft.
I know.
2 hours into it.
Give Kyle juice.
Kyle Davidson has plenty of time to get something done.
I need one effective player.
We can watch all of Happy Gilmore
to join the team
before this draft is over.
Before this pick is made. Perhaps.
And Kyle Davidson can make this trade. Make some sort of trade.
While we're waiting on the Philadelphia Flyers, do us a favor, hit that like button for us. If you're just joining us, thank you. Make sure you're subscribed to our page as well. We are getting to the point where the likes and the viewers are even, which sounds good, but it means we're losing viewers. So as we get closer to 25, though, we'll get some back.
Love that.
Yeah, the like button is great. Really helps boost us in the algorithm and all that stuff. So James Hagan's being interviewed right now by the panel. Let's see what happens. Any of these guys jump off the page to you as Flyers? Trying to find the biggest person.
Carter Bear.
Yeah, right.
Carter Bear feels like if you walk away from this first round as the Flyers with Porter Martone and Carter Bear,
it's a good draft.
I really like that. Victor Eklund also I think is a guy that has that kind of edge to his game as well. That'll be interesting to see how it shakes out. Kashawn Aitchison too. Talk about not being a terribly deep draft for defensemen at the top of the draft, but he's one of those guys that I think had a good case to be made to be the second defenseman off the board, but he could be a guy that goes to Philly as well.
Well, you made a good point. I don't know if it was this week or last. Although the Hawks have a lot of defensive prospects, they're all kind of ready.
Yeah.
There's not any solid younger end prospect. No, of course, Levshinov is 19. Don't get me wrong here.
Yeah, right.
But they're all on the cusp of the NHL. Beyond who has already played NHL games, they don't really have anybody. Am I missing somebody? All of their defensive prospects have at least played a game in the NHL.
All their defensive prospects are knocking on the door.
Yeah.
Or they'll be in Rockford. The only 2 guys that they have that are prospects that aren't playing professionally are a 7th-round pick, Yanni Peltonen, and a 6th-round pick, Ty Henry. And not to say that these guys aren't going to, who knows what
6th-round pick, though.
Yeah, but the likelihood of them panning out to anything in the NHL is a low likelihood. By the time we're done tomorrow, I wouldn't be surprised if the Blackhawks take a decent amount of defensemen in this draft later in the draft.
Well, I think you're getting to the point, too, where you just take the best available.
Mm-hmm. Pick is in for the Flyers. It's Brandon Graham.
Oh.
He looks familiar. What's he from?
Is he an Eagle?
Maybe. I don't know for sure. This from Puckpedia, their Perry pick evaluator.
Oop, the pick's in.
Never mind.
It is Jack Nesbitt of the Windsor Spitfires.
Wow.
That's a bit of a jump for him in the range of 33 to 65.
Okay.
According to Elite Prospects, 6'4" and a quarter, 185 left-hand shot, an intelligent two-way center with size, off-puck details, and flashes of high-end skill, but must up the pace and develop more contact skills. Shades of Adam Lowry via Elite Prospects.
He's a guy that I was very keyed in on for the Hawks at 25. So him going 12 is a lot earlier.
That's a big jump, but
look,
as a Flyers fan, if you're a Flyers fan, you got to be happy that they identified who they wanted. They gave up something to get it, and they went and got them. I like that. It's fine, and maybe it doesn't pan out, but you already had a pick earlier in the round. You got Martone. That's going to be that's probably going to be a very solid pick for them. So you get the second option here, give him some time to develop, and you could do an awesome 1-2 punch here. So
teammates with AJ Spellacy and Windsor.
Yep.
Widely regarded as one of the most improved year-over-year guys in this draft class, Jack Nesbitt. Some pretty good skills offensively and defensively. Got that size that you get head over heels for with forwards that can play with some offensive edge to their game. I mean, Philly must have knew someone else was very high on Nesbitt because by all accounts, you probably could have still got him at 22, but I'm sure they had some intel outside of, the public perception, but to jump up to 12 to get him like that seems like a big jump. But to your point, yeah, you're right. I mean, you identify who you want and you be aggressive, you go and get them, especially when you have kind of that extra, change in your pocket of those extra picks to use to move around how you want to. So they get Martone, they get Nesbitt, they got size up front.
Yep.
It's a good pick for the Flyers.
I like it too. Detroit Red Wings are on the clock. We will await their pick.
Let's take a commercial break.
Yeah, seriously. You want to do it now? Want to take a break now? All right, we're going to take a break now. No one cares what Detroit's going to pick. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
I guarantee you won't miss it.
On CHGO Blackhawks. What is Sunnyside? We've been telling you about our friends at Sunnyside for years, decades. Okay, maybe not that long. It is your home for judgment-free cannabis shopping. And we say all the time, if you're new to the cannabis game, sometimes those dispensaries can be a little bit intimidating. Not at Sunnyside. They're going to get you exactly what you need. They're going to educate you. They're going to make you not be a noob anymore. They're going to teach you everything you need to know. And if you're a vet and you know exactly what you want, they've got a massive selection with great brands like Good News and Mindy's, Cresco, and FloraCal. Whatever you're after, they've got you covered. They're Illinois' favorite dispensary with locations in the city like Wrigleyville and River North, and the Burbs, Champaign, South Beloit, and many more. You can visit Sunnyside.shop for bright buys every day, including 50% off your first 3 online purchases. Enter promo code HICHGO at checkout to qualify. Exclusions apply. Sunnyside Cannabis Dispensary, bright buys every day, only for 21 plus or Illinois medical card holders. And if you're an existing customer, use promo code CHGO50 for 50% off one Cresco Labs brand item.
Whatever the sport, the app to bet it is Circa Sports Illinois. Circa Sports, sports betting the way it should be. Circa Sports Illinois has high betting limits, low holds, and exceptional customer service. You can bet on all your favorite teams in every game this season, whether it's spreads, props, futures, in-game, or more. Circa Sports has it. You can fund and bet like a pro from anywhere, anytime in Illinois. Who's going to be the next pick? It's
Steve.
You're right.
Jones.
Make those bets on Circa Sports Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 or older. And if you or someone you know has a gambling problem, you or someone you know can call 1-800-GAMBLER.
And we're back.
Whew. All right, we didn't miss the pick. Told you.
Yes.
The Red Wings are on the board. Quote from Anton Frondell here. Does he enjoy being compared to Alexander Barkov? Yes.
No, I don't. That guy sucks.
Quote, yes. No, that's good. That's good. I mean, again, going back to, we have some time here to kind of reset the Frondell conversation.
Yeah.
I still like it. I still think it's going to be time's going to tell. Of course. But you look at, how a guy like Levshinov progressed from the way that he played in college to when he first got into the pro game in Rockford, and then just how he developed as the season went on, how he kind of adapted to the style, took that time to kind of figure out what it'll take at the pro level to succeed, what he can and can't get away with, and he's still learning that. Connor Bedard's still learning that.
Yes, 100%.
So the progress that we're going to see over the next season with Frondell, I think, is going to be, probably similar. If he's in Chicago, I mean, it's going to be on full display. He's going to be getting the opportunities if he makes the team out of camp. 1, I'll be surprised. But 2, I think he's a guy that you got to give him that opportunity. You can't say, okay, well, you made the team, but you're going to be on the 4th line or something like. No, you got to give him the opportunity to play up with the skill guys, and give him that chance to kind of play with those complementary players. But if he's not in Chicago and he's playing in Sweden, like we said, like that's going to be a step up in competition because they moved up to the SHL. So he's inherently getting that step up in competition and trying to figure out, okay, what can and can't work transitioning from tier 2 to tier 1, and figuring out that game and kind of rounding out what those pro skills are going to be that translate to him once he does get to the professional level in North America.
I'm excited to see the learning experience from him, and I think comes a little more NHL ready. So him saying his goal is to make the team this year, unlikely, but not a 0% chance.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a complete stretch.
Right. All right, here Detroit is making their pick. After Detroit picks and we break it down a little bit, we'll hear from Chris Peters on Anton Frondell. I'm
going to say Victor Eklund. If Steve Yzerman can pick a Swedish player, he will do it.
Hey, it's Uncle Joey.
Hey, it's Dave Coulier.
No, wrong Joey. That's Joey Gladstone.
No, Uncle Joey. You're right.
Cut it out.
Yeah, you're all right.
Yeah, but I did the whoa sound because I'm programmed to say whoa whenever I say
true,
Joey.
Yeah.
I do love Full House, by the way. I know all those references.
All right, good.
So we see eye to eye on that one.
Tremendous 90s television.
This is a true Red Wings fan. This guy has been Red Wings for life.
Yeah. He wore the Red Wings jersey on the show when they were supposed to be in San Francisco. Didn't wear a Sharks jersey.
Did they exist during Full House? Probably.
Yeah, Full House went till like 1998.
Yeah,
ish.
He's a loyal man.
All right, they are selecting.
All right.
Is it Victor Eklund? I bet it's Victor Eklund.
Make the pick, Joey.
It'd be Victor Eklund if it was me. Is he doing all the voices? I bet he's doing all the voices.
He looks good, though.
Mr. Woodchuck?
He doesn't look much older than he did on Full House.
No, yeah, it looks like he's doing good, especially given all his health considerations.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. They've got the card. All right.
The pick is in. It is Carter Bear.
Oh, okay.
A guy that we had been talking about.
Carter Bear.
As a fit for the Hawks. 6 foot, 179, left winger, left-hand shot. Perhaps the most intense competitor in the draft. He's fearless, physical, and always making something happen, and he's one of the top playmakers available. Shades of Seth Jarvis or Brandon Hagel. Carter Bear in 56 games with Everett, 40 goals, 42 assists, 82 points. Everett Silvertips of the Western Hockey League.
I like this pick. I like Carter. I don't like it for the Red Wings, but I like Carter Bear at this spot. Like I was saying, I really like the compete in his game. We talk about playoff style performers. He's a guy that fits that mold, has that edge to his game. I mean, to find a guy who's able to score the way that he's able to, be able to put up the kind of point production he has, and then be able to also be relentless, be a high motor guy, be a guy that's going to play physical, even though he doesn't have those like power forward measurables. He has a lot of that in his game, which is impressive to see. So I really like Carter Bear. Never thought he was going to be around for the Hawks, but would have loved it if that was a move that they made. But going to Detroit, that's a good pick. I think that's a very good pick for Steve Yzerman. I can't wait for him to screw it up.
Somebody asked in the chat, I think it was Joe, said, is he Ethan Bear's brother? He is Ethan Bear's cousin. So related, but not brothers.
That's cool. Mark Lazarus with some comedy says Alanis Morissette should make the next pick. That's 2 Alanis Morissette references on the show today.
2-1.
That's good.
The over came in.
Yeah. What is that on?
Is that on Bet365?
Bet365. Okay,
Alanis Morissette references
thought it might have been
on
on
CHGO Blackhawks. Yeah. Couldn't bet it though because we got too much inside knowledge.
Yeah, it's true. That's true. Columbus on the board at 14 next, then Vancouver after that. Steve Yzerman and
Man, it feels like forever till the Hawks
Chris Draper talking to Carter Bear. Cool. Yeah,
look at the camera, Steve.
These conversations, for the NFL teams and stuff, they happen over the phone before the pick is made. Now they have these conversations during the draft. Like, I don't know. Without being able to hear how awkwardly this is going and just kind of following along with how people are talking about it in our chat, talking about it online, it's definitely going towards a re-centralization of this draft.
Gary Ross and Kevin are upset the Hawks are not trading up for Eklund. You realize it does take 2 teams to trade. Yeah, you had to convince one of these teams to trade out of their spot to take the guy you want. I'm sure he would like to trade up, but, it takes 2 to tango. I made that up during the season this year.
That's a really good saying.
And it is stuck around.
Yeah.
I think it's stuck, yeah.
That one and Mailbag Monday, I think they have legs.
2 of my finest inventions.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cam Robinson saying that Kashawn Atchison is going to be going at 14 here to Columbus, so we'll see if he's right about that. He wasn't right about the first 6 picks, but
he blew it.
We'll see if he's right about this one.
These are some weeping people.
I think those are
very emotional
family members there. NHL comp from ESPN on Carter Bear, Travis Konechny.
Actually, that tracks based on the descriptions. Yeah,
I can see it for sure. Do we have any super chats?
Yeah, let's knock some out. Wow, we got a lot.
We have a lot. Holy smokes!
Captain Cormac, $5 says, "Do you think the black jersey is going to get the centennial treatment?"
Yes.
Yes, I think it will be back this year. Maybe the second half of the year. We'll see. Christo says, "Are we geared up for more Hawks versus Ducks and Sharks conference final series in 3 or 4 years?" Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. It certainly feels that way. Hepcats with $6 total of super chats. Thank you. It says VT Väisänen at 25 for the Hawks. Mario, your thoughts?
Not a name that I'm entirely familiar with.
Yeah, I don't see him in the draft guide.
Yeah, I mean, who knows?
Jasper, for $5, says, in hindsight, and knowing that the Islanders were desperate for Higgins, would you have traded pick 3 for 16, 17, and a first next year?
Say that again?
No. I would not have traded for 16, 17, and a first next year. I don't think the Islanders are going to be a lottery team next year, so it's not a Gavin McKenna possibility.
Would you trade 3 for 16, 17, and a first next year?
No, because this is not a very deep draft, so you want to get an impact player.
Yeah.
You're still squarely in your rebuild, so I think taking Anton Frondell at 3 has more value than whatever you get at 16 or 17.
Yeah, I would agree. And a first next year, I mean, especially if you're sending that to the Islanders, like they jumped from 10 to win the lottery.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like they were a bottom 3 team that you're like, oh, even if they improve a little bit next year, they're still a bottom team in the lottery. They're a team that is potentially going to improve and try and make the playoffs. So if you get there first next year, yeah, maybe it is another opportunity to be in the lottery, but maybe it's 14, 15, 16, something like that. So
another super chat from Hepcats says, thoughts on Milton Gastrin at 25. Let's say if Potter is off the table. Lead Prospects has Milton Gastrin projected in the range of 33 to 65. So that's a second-round pick. A well-rounded and intelligent two-way center, strong playmaker, potential third-line center. That seems a little early, especially considering they have pick 34. But, yeah. I mean, we're getting to the point here where teams are going to start to,
I think what we might see is these guys in the late first round and into the second round. There's going to be a lot of variables to how different teams stack up their board in that late first round. And with this not being a really deep draft, the difference between a guy at 25 and 34 might be razor thin. So we might see some people that have expectations to go in the second round, go in that, those mid to late 20 ranges, and vice versa.
All right, the pick is in for the Columbus Blue Jackets, and someone's coming to announce it. Oh, my God, it is Alanis Morissette. No, I don't know who this is. Oh, this person's getting a standing ovation.
Standing ovation for this woman.
I'm sorry if I was crass.
Who is this? I don't know who this is.
It's Johnny Gaudreau's wife.
Ah, there you go.
That's nice.
Wow,
this is appropriate.
Yeah, that's a really good. Yeah. That's a good touch there. That's nice.
This has got to be so hard to do.
Meredith Gaudreau making the pick.
She has handled this just with such grace, and it's amazing.
The whole Gaudreau family dealing with this is, the way that they've been able to do it this year is insane. Man, I cannot imagine getting through this the way that she's doing it. Even just this moment, not the whole time that this has been going on, but just this moment.
Yeah. The pick is in. It is Jackson Smith, defenseman from the Tri-City Americans of the Western Hockey League. 6'3" and a quarter defenseman, 195 pounds, left-hand shot, a dynamic offensive creator, explosive four-way mover, physical shutdown presence, and more, all in the same skill set. All roads lead to the NHL, but which pathway will he take? There you go. Okay. 11 goals, 43 assists, 54 points in 68 games.
Lead prospect says shades of Thomas Harley and Travis Sanheim. Defenseman with size, mobility. That's always valuable. A guy that's really good in transition. That fits the profile of Jackson Smith, and that's one of the things when you talk about defensemen that when you get to the NHL level, if you're not going to be one of these high point producers, offensive, dynamos out there, how do you play in transition? How do you shut down the game in your own zone and get it back going the other way offensively? And Smith is one of those guys that I think is one of the best in the draft class on the defensive side of being able to play that way and be able to get the puck out of your own zone, get it up and turn it back the other way.
All right. On the clock now are the Vancouver Canucks.
Vancouver. I'll figure out what they're going to do.
They're a very hard team to figure out.
Well,
they really are.
They just got Evander Kane, so that's a great addition to their organization whilst letting Brock Besser go. That makes a lot of sense for the future of their organization. See how it goes. Just a well-run machine over there.
Vancouver. Connor Bedard cannot wait to get over there.
Definitely needed to trade JT Miller and bring in Evander Kane. That'll fix it all. This from... Oops. Lost it. I'll find it again. This from Rob Rossi. Pat Brisson, agent for Sidney Crosby and so many others in the NHL, tells me in a text message that speculation that Crosby is leaving the Penguins are baseless rumors. So there you go.
Okay.
From the agent himself.
Fair enough. It was just a picture of, we believe that was Colorado in that picture. So
thought it was, yeah. Interesting. Okay. The memes are coming in for the NHL draft. Someone's got a picture of a player standing in front of the video board here in this little draft room, and they got the two guys from Office Space when they're interviewing the guys. So what do you say that you do here? Yeah. That's a good one. That's from Wyatt Arndt.
Yeah, AKZ says Weeks has been baiting the Crosby trade for months. Maybe knows something, but you'll be right at some point. Probably.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think though, who else has fed that beast, and I think AKZ is right. I think it basically has been.
Yeah, of anybody, of anybody that is in that position that's been saying, like, Crosby rumors are something to follow, Kevin Weeks has been doing it. But, I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility. I think it's unlikely. I think Sidney Crosby is a guy that is a Penguin for life, but at some point, you got to look at
tear the Band-Aid off.
What's it worth it in your career, and for the organization, what's worth it?
One more super chat from Jesus, $5. Why is the draft taking so long? Because they don't actually start the clock. The pick was made 4 minutes ago, and they finally just hit start on the Canucks clock.
They take like 3 minutes to do hugs and
just hit the clock. Just do it. You can have picks going on while guys are interviewed.
Well, I mean, that's what social media is for.
Tomorrow is going to fly.
Tomorrow might be shorter than tonight.
When we did the did the draft show in 2022, we were live to begin the second round. We were like, oh, we'll be live during the second and third rounds. Third round was over second and third round was over in an hour, and we ended up doing the fourth round too. Yeah. We were like, oh, screw it, we banked 2 hours for this. And then I remember when we were in Nashville for day 2 of the draft, getting prepared for, Blackhawks had like 3 picks in the second round. We're getting prepared, and we're like, okay, like we'll, when they make the pick, we'll get write-ups done. Like, here's some guys that are on the board for us and stuff. And we were like, okay, here we go. All right, first pick of the second round. Okay, second pick of the second round.
Like, whoa.
Okay, third pick of the second. It was like, fairness, oh my God.
The funniest thing ever and the most NHL thing ever was the Sphere was kind of like, you guys got to get out of here. We got a show at 3. So if we could wrap the draft up quickly. So I wonder if that played a role.
That was so funny.
AJ Cat says, how much further does Ekman have to fall for KD to realistically trade up? Look,
Islanders have 2 picks coming up here.
I think enough has happened right now.
Talk to them.
I would start making those calls. All we can go by is what we know about Kyle Davidson, right? And when Kyle Davidson wanted Oliver Moore, he worked his ass off to trade up to get him. He didn't get him. He fell to him, luckily, but the effort was there. He made the effort to sign Jake Gensel and didn't get it. We need to see him start getting some of these things done. But the efforts have been made
to get Demidov.
But as we said, there's not a lot of what do the Hawks have to try? So if they want to trade 25 and 34 to get up to where are we at right now? 15?
15 now, 16 and 17.
To get up to 16, I would do that to get the guy you want.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, are the Islanders going to make back-to-back picks, or are they going to use one of these and then trade one of them to acquire more assets in the first round? They could do that.
He also, as Pat points out and others, he tried to trade for Demidov.
Yeah.
Again, didn't happen, but the effort was there.
Tried. Friggin' Pat Verbeek screwed it up.
Yes. I got a couple super chats we can knock out here, Sarah, real quick. I saw one come in.
Yeah, they just had the pick is in. Thank God.
I'm gonna need more.
We'll wait for the pick to come in.
Oh, it'll take another few minutes.
All right, yeah. Is Agency going to be there at 25? It's a good question.
Probably not.
I would not think so. Yeah, I mean,
no. I think there's still teams that need defensemen, and with I think Aitchison would have been ranked ahead of Jackson Smith. So I think he'll be gone by 25, but who knows? The Canucks are selecting who's this tall guy?
Oh, that's Samuelson. Yeah, Michael Samuelson.
There you go.
God, these guys who I watched growing up look old.
Jay, I hate to break it to you.
He might be younger than me. Michael Samuelson.
I'm going to say he's 40.
He's a year older than me. Hell yeah.
Ooh, 48. Okay.
Take that, you old bastard.
Nice.
Braden Coots is the pick for the Vancouver Canucks. Another great name. 5'11" and a quarter. Ugh.
Oh, no, he can't play.
183, right-hand shot, center from the Seattle Thunderbirds. 26 goals, 37 assists, 63 points in 60 games. This one-man forechecking machine already looks like an NHLer with flashes of dynamic play driving. There's top 6 potential, too. All right.
Elite Prospect says shades of Vincent Trocheck. Yeah, I mean, as we were getting ready for the draft back in December, Braden Coots was one of the guys that I think when I first started diving into this draft class beyond the top picks, he was one of those guys that felt like, okay, could be in that, that early 20s range. What does that say? Braden Coots. They just had Kevin Korchinski up on the sideboard with Braden Coots. I couldn't see what that said. Anyways, Seattle Thunderbirds product might have had a connection with Kevin Korchinski, but Coots was one of those guys that I think his game fit what I think the Blackhawks like in their forwards group. A guy, like as you said in the description there, like a hard forechecker, energy guy, and just kind of climbed up the draft boards as we got deeper into the season last year and go through the combine, like somebody that a lot of these teams really liked. And again, like we talked about with Porter Martone, Coots is a guy that in his draft year served as captain of the Thunderbirds amongst his peers. So to be able to do that as a 17, 18-year-old is really impressive and speaks to that like leadership qualities amongst his peers and that character that the Hawks put a lot of emphasis on. So good pick for Vancouver. Seems to fit. I think this is exactly where he was expected to go. That's a good pick.
Yeah, they projected him between 12 and 19. So that is about exactly between 12 and 19.
Perfect.
So I got to say, too, now that the stink has worn off the Canucks because they're not really a factor and they don't really compete, like the Hawks thing isn't really a thing with them anymore.
There's still stink on
their uniforms are just perfect. I love the Canucks. Since they got rid of I did like the black and yellow that they do wear occasionally, especially with the matte helmets they've been doing it with. That was great. But the blue and green
flying skate
looks awesome. Good job.
It's a good color combination. Hard to screw up.
We've got the Anton Frondell video, but it's 9 minutes. So
we could save it for next week if we want, or we could save it for tomorrow.
We can hold off on it.
9 minutes that's long.
We'll hold off on it. We'll probably miss.
We might miss
one commercial break for them.
We have Chris on Frondell.
No, we'll save it. We'll save it. We got some good quotes from him. He does like being compared to Alexander Barkov, so that's good.
Looks like the league is about to, if you get excited with the trade alert, it looks like they're going to announce the Noah Dobson trade here via Frank Saravalli.
Wait, Noah Dobson got traded?
Yes, he did, to Montreal.
Oh my God.
Didn't you hear?
No, I didn't. Can't believe they're going to break that trade.
I'm just looking at Twitter here. Back to just a couple people asking about Frondell. Mark says, am I overreacting to feel like the scouting report on Frondell isn't great enough to take a guy third? Is this a bad pick or a bad draft? I don't think it's either of those. I think it is a not as strong of a draft as usual. I wouldn't say it's bad. And I think Frondell is picked right about where he was projected to go. Some people had him 4, 3. Some thought the Sharks would take him at 2. So while he's not a highlight reel, look at this guy, he's going to drop you out of your seat. He's going to play a well-rounded game. And that's the stuff you need to win. And you've got some skilled, speedy. You've got Bedard. You've got Nazar. You've got more. So I think bringing in a guy who can do the two-way game a little more strongly than those guys can. Maybe not Nazar. Nazar is pretty strong in that regard. But I think it makes sense. I think we all were hoping that Misa would fall. But beyond that, I didn't really have a huge preference between Desnoyers, Frondell. I think Martone might have been fun.
Yeah, I think so.
But they want skaters, so they kind of did the in-between.
Right. Yeah, no, I don't think Frondell feels like a reach at all. This is a guy that towards, at the beginning of the draft cycle was up there with Hagens and Misa as guys that you're going to look at and say, yeah, they're going to be in the top 3, top 4. And I think, too, maybe, one of the things about as we get through the draft year in this process is being able to see these guys play, and playing in Tier 2 Sweden is a little bit harder to, get a grasp of skill level, get a grasp of what a guy is doing and being able to watch it and see it, than it is a guy playing in the OHL or in college. So I think, that can be a little bit of a challenge too, is, trying to actually, as you start looking at these players, getting to see them and the availability of seeing them. So I think we'll get a lot more of that with Frondell now, going into, he'll be around for development camp, which isn't on the ice anymore for the Hawks. Maybe we'll get to see him at Tom Curver's if he sticks around and plays in that little mini tournament. That would be a lot of fun. And then, sounds like, if he's talking about, having the opportunity to make the Blackhawks, he'll be around for training camp. And he'll play, likely he'll play in the preseason before figuring out what's going to happen from there. So we'll get an up-close view at him. It's not like this is, what it might have been with Demidov last year, although there were a lot of MHL experts that were talking to us throughout the draft cycle last year. But, I think with Demidov last, we would have never have seen him up close and personal. So I think we'll be able to get that opportunity with Frondell, which will be fun.
I think a lot of people are reading this athletic story that is an analysis from Corey Pronman. Pronman says, I struggle with the Jekyll and Hyde nature of Frondell's season. If you saw his best games or stretches, he absolutely belonged in the conversation at 3, but I saw too many games where he wasn't highly effective and wondered about his offensive potential. The number 3 pick is a tad high for me with Frondell, but I still like the player a lot and could see him as a quality second-line center in the NHL who provides a hard element. He has the best shot in the draft, and I can see Chicago line him up opposite of Connor Bedard on its 2 power play flanks. Now, sure, I just want to remind everybody that this is the same Corey Pronman that less than a year ago had Frank Nazar rated as the Blackhawks' 14th best prospect.
Which he then walked back.
He walked it back, but we can't live and die by the takes of every analyst in the world.
Take the collective.
And if you're getting a really solid second, you've got your number 1 center in Bedard, and you can all freak out because he hasn't scored 2,000 points yet in his 2-year career, but everyone believes Connor Bedard is going to be a great number 1 center. Now you bring in the guy to be number 2, and as Pronman pointed out, you've got those 2 guys just waiting for one-timers on the power play, Bedard and Frondell. Who do you cover? You've got 4 guys in the ice. The Hawks have 5. You got 2 of the best shots in the league on the same power play. Meanwhile, you got Frank Nazar or maybe Samuel Savoie or whoever it might be crashing the net. Like, you're starting to see how things are coming together here, right? Like
Levshinov or Renzel running the point. Like,
not to mention we keep
the idea of the future.
We almost never talk about Kevin Korchinski.
Well, because he's going to get traded.
That's true.
Sorry, Holly.
Ted with a $7 Canadian chat says, should the Hawks trade up for Eklund? Why would he drop this much? Every year there's someone that drops.
Sure.
And yes, I am 100% on board right now with the Blackhawks.
Get one of these
up.
Islanders picks.
Please, yes.
Yeah. I would Eklund falling this far is a little surprising, and I'd love for the Hawks to be able to throw their hat into the ring. See what they can do. That's a guy that I think checks all the boxes of what the Hawks would want. It's another SHL product.
Yeah.
I would be completely on board with moving up here to get a guy like Victor Eklund. Another one of those, like, okay, do you talk about, sure, is he not the biggest guy out there? Fine. Maybe that's what's holding him back. But the compete level is there. Absolutely. One of the most competitive guys on the ice in the draft class. So I'd be all for trying to get him here.
All right, the Islanders pick is in.
First of back-to-back picks. Are they going to do the whole trade button thing for a trade that happened like 8 hours ago?
They should.
Trade alert. For those that didn't know.
Excuse me.
Who's making this pick?
So you got to have like the celebrity picker and then like eliminate one of the 2.
Is that Liam McHugh? Yeah, it is.
No.
I think, right?
It's not Liam McHugh.
Is it not?
No.
No, it's not. Who is this?
That guy looks familiar. Out of context, I can't place any of these people.
Is that an actor?
Bad news, folks. The pick is Victor Eklund.
That's why the Blackhawks couldn't get him, because the Islanders wanted him.
Yes, sir. Victor Eklund, 5'11", 161. They have him listed as right or left wing, right-hand shot, a highly translatable and skilled winger with one of the best motors in the draft and a physical game that supersedes his size. A strong bet to become a top 6 NHL contributor. Shades of Seth Jarvis, Travis Konechny. Again, 5'11", 161. With Djurgården, a teammate of Anton Frondell, 19 goals, 12 assists, 31 points in 42 games.
Boy, that would have been a fun story.
It would have been.
Draft the teammates.
But, got to hold on to your assets.
Well. Yeah, no, I think this is a really solid pick. Islanders, you knew that they were trying to get up to get James Higgins. That was the dream, to get Schaefer and Higgins for them, get the Long Island kid. But you get a guy in Victor Eklund. Still undersized, so checks the box for the Islanders. They wanted an undersized forward.
Yeah, they needed one.
You get one.
Yep.
But no, I think you get a guy that he's not at the same level, but has got the compete. He's got the skill set that translates really well. I think he's a guy that fits what they're trying to do, and it's going to be, some time before he's playing professionally. But again, like being able to put up the points he did, have the impact he did playing against men, especially at the size he was at. Like, I know, it's European ice, so there's a little bit more of it out there, but
yeah, the numbers for the Swedish league never jump off the page.
Yeah,
because it's just a different game.
It's a different style of game. It's different skill level. But yeah, I mean, to be able to be out there against men as a 17, 18-year-old and be quote unquote undersized, like that is pretty impressive this season.
And Victor Eklund, by the way, is the brother of San Jose Shark, William Eklund.
William Eklund, yep.
6 points in 7 games for Sweden at the World Junior Championships last year. Yeah, I mean, good draft for the Islanders. When you have the number 1 pick, it's usually kind of easy to do that.
Right.
But this is a guy that fell, according to Elite Prospects, they had him in the 7 to 12 range, and they get him here at 16. So good work for the Islanders. Well done. Now, I just wonder, too, like, if are they going young, or are they going to try to compete next year? Like, they've got a lot of older guys who, we have speculated could be available.
Yeah.
Anders Lee is another one. Bo Horvat.
I mean,
these guys are all signed long term.
You get rid of Noah Dobson.
Right.
And sure, you replace him, quote unquote, with Matthew Schaefer in theory. But yeah, I mean, it's an interesting direction that they'll go. We'll see. You get a new regime in there with Matthew Darche taking over. You're gonna have to figure out what direction he wants to go, and I think there's enough talent there for the Islanders to continue to compete. As we talked about, before the show, we were kind of talking about the Islanders situation where they're at, and injuries were something they had to deal with, so that kind of stunted their season. But they're trying to not be stuck in the middle. So do you do that by bottoming out, or do you do that by trying to build from the middle and try and piece things together on the fly? I don't know. It seems
on the fly thing doesn't seem to work, especially when you're a team like the Islanders. That's
rarely.
And look, maybe this draft changes some things, and maybe they become a little more appealing to free agents. But they've always had trouble of attracting free agents, which is a big reason why they wanted Higgins so badly, because it's a guy that wanted to be there. It's a guy that was wanting to be part of the Islanders, and he would have stayed there long term and been happy to be as long as he was treated correctly. But who knows? When you're a team like the Islanders, I feel like, especially with what they've gained tonight, just trade some of these higher level guys you have, these bigger contracts you've got, and go young. And man, look at what would happen if they got Gavin McKenna next year. Mm-hmm. But I look at this roster now. I said earlier in the show, they're not a lottery team. Maybe they are, but like Barzal, Horvat, Lee, Pajot, Palmieri, Duclair, who had a down season, but Pierre Engvall's a nice player. Like, their D is rough.
Right, yeah.
But They've got good
Especially
goaltending.
Dobson, yeah, you have Sorokin.
Do you know they still have Rick DiPietro on their books?
Do they really?
Yes.
Oh my god!
What the hell?
That contract was like 15 years ago.
Want to hear something else crazy? Adam Boqvist is on.
Sure.
The Islanders. He's still only 24.
I'll let it play out.
Wow.
Hey, he was on the Panthers for a portion of the season.
Yes, he was. And then they said, nope.
They said, we'll keep your brother around.
Yeah, thank
you.
Not you.
Erica in the chat says this draft is giving 2020 draft vibes. It's going way too long. Yes, absolutely.
I mean, you can also...
It's a better situation than 2025.
Someone said, who okayed this 4-hour draft?
I mean, seriously, like you
It's just what it is. Yeah, it's just what it is.
You on the fly, though, the producer can be like, we're running long. We're going to cut back on the interviews with the teams. This isn't working. We're halfway through the first round. Let's dial that back and keep this thing going. Like you feel bad for I mean, we're doing a watch long. We got stuff to talk about, but like these announcers at the fill time between picks, it's rough. It is rough. This mic arm is killing me.
Need the football?
Maybe. We'll see. It's very droopy. Very droopy. All right, the next Islanders pick is in.
Good. Get back up there, actor who I kind of recognize. Is he in one of those like USA shows or something? Where it's like, he's a lawyer, but he doesn't do it by the book.
Kashawn Aitchison is the pick.
Oh, good pick.
For the Islanders.
Good pick.
Oh, my computer is...
Rizzoli and Isles. That's the show I'm thinking of. Is this guy from Rizzoli and Isles? Anybody available? No, there's only 4 of us here. Ooh, pink suit. Nice.
I like that.
That's flashy.
Kashawn Aitchison, defenseman, 6'1.5", 196, left-hand shot. 26 goals, 33 assists, 59 points in 64 games with the Barrie Colts of the OHL. A punishing two-way defender with clutch scoring ability, play-killing potential, and elite physical skills. A future fan favorite in the NHL.
The Elite Prospects Draft Guide, which, I mean, absolutely, if you are a hockey nut, spring for it every year around draft time. It's well worth it.
Yeah.
They do little traits like the NHL video game does as well. These are the 3 traits for Kashawn Aitchison. Freight train, clinical finisher, pest, shades of Jacob Trouba with a one-timer. Now, the question is his elbow...
putts too.
Is his elbow as deadly as Jacob Trouba's?
Sarah's here doing surgery on my mic arm.
There you go. Good job, Sarah.
All right, we'll see if it lasts.
Yeah, this is a guy that I think is going to make a really big impact. I think he's a great mid-pair defenseman. Can do a little bit of everything.
What a draft for the Isles, man.
Yeah, I think this is they're doing great.
This is like a franchise shifting night for them.
Yeah. You add as far as skill, grittiness, compete level go, they've hit it out of the park for sure. Hey, I mean, be aggressive. Be aggressive. Like it's you have this new front office coming in, and Matthew Darche getting his first opportunity, first stamp he can make on the Islanders, being the first time GM. I think he's doing a great job. These are some really nice picks. It's easy to make the first pick, right? More often than not.
Yes.
But these 2 picks here, these selections are really good. You capitalize on Eklund falling. You get Aitchison. Like, it's a really good pick. Really good draft for the Islanders here.
Yeah, when you're going to get your draft grades, they're going to be right at the top.
Throwback is the term thrown around for Kashawn Aitchison, a physically inclined defenseman, part of that U18 gold medal team for Team Canada. $1 million smile, $1 million style. I like him.
Yeah, good pick. I'm just going through the chat here. Yeah, someone had. I think this is. Can you search for Ellis in the chat, Sarah? Someone mentioned where he had these guys ranked. ELLIS. There, yeah, 1, 9, and 10 on Stephen Ellis's list. That's who the Islanders got. That's from Jim.
That's pretty good. That's picks 1, 16, and 17. And now they got both Eklund and Aitchison talking with the front office. Good. Knock out 2 of these interviews in 1. That's good.
There you go. The Calgary Flames on the clock.
Pick 18. We are 7 away from the Blackhawks being back on the clock. So give or take An hour.
7 hours or so. Oh, yeah.
All right, so we're 7 picks away from the Hawks. Sarah, if you're able, could we see the big board?
Oh, yes. Hold on one second.
Potentially looking at it here. Malcolm Spence is on the All-City big board from Charlie O'Connor at number 14. He's still available. He's a guy that I think I would love for the Blackhawks.
I like that too.
He's been in mock drafts picked for the Blackhawks at 25, but he's going to be, I think the public thinks he's going to be around that range. Layden Lakovich is also available. Logan Hensler from Wisconsin is also available. Cullen Potter is still out there. Cameron Reed, Cole Reshny is still there. Bill Zonin, a guy that we talked a little bit about.
That's one I like too, Bill Zonin
with,
for sure.
Jeremy Plord from McKean's Hockey from the QMJHL. He's another guy that I really like. Big defenseman Blake Fiddler is still out there. I like it. I like the way the board is potentially falling for the Blackhawks at 25. We'll see how they view it, where they go. Riker Lee, Will Met guy is still out there. That's a popular pick that could be available at 25. Could also be available at 34, but maybe the Blackhawks like him enough to jump up. Mason West, the football player out of Adena High School in Minnesota. Does someone reach? Is it the Blackhawks? Do they make him a first-round pick? Do they bet on the raw athleticism of the stud quarterback / 6'6" centerman?
I mean, it's appealing, and we're talking about making a swing, right? Like, you've got 2 first-round picks. Be ballsy, be bold. My only fear with him, though, is, and I've heard this on I've heard Sarah Valley talking about it today, like, if he gets an offer from a D1 school to be quarterback or tight end, that NIL money might be too attractive for him to stick with the NHL.
A non-MAC D1 school.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because he's got offers from
You don't
Kent
want a
State
first-round pick to just be like, sorry, I'm not
Ohio.
playing hockey anymore.
If he lights it up and wins a state championship in football, which is his, desire, that's the reason he's continuing or finishing his football career in high school, is to try and win a state championship like he did in hockey. If he lights it up in freaking Iowa or Notre Dame or some Big Ten school comes and says, "Hey, we'll give you're going to be our guy. Here's a D1 offer from a big time program." Maybe that does change things. Maybe that does get into his head and say, "Hey, maybe there's a little bit brighter of a future there than it is in hockey." He's already committed to Michigan State for hockey for the 26-27 season.
You can decommit.
Maybe he plays both sports. Maybe he's the quarterback and the center at Michigan State.
The football center? Snap it to himself, like Mr. Perfect would do.
Sure. Why not? He's big enough. He could try and do it.
Yeah.
I don't know. If he's available at 34, I like that as a better pick for the Hawks.
Yeah, for sure.
Rather than using a first-round pick on him. But maybe some team does it. Who knows?
We'll see, man. There's a lot that can happen. There's still some very appealing names out there. So, I don't know. I was hoping they'd get aggressive, but now I don't know if there's anyone that I would necessarily trade up for.
That's
at this
the
point.
thing, is now that we're into the late teens, almost the 20s now, I'm starting to wonder as we get into kind of this muddy area. Look at this. Roger McQueen getting on the helicopter to head to Disneyland. That's so hilarious. Funny. That's so funny. Oh man, that's great. As we get into kind of this muddy waters of the late first round with this draft class specifically, where you could have a guy projected to go 20th on one draft board and another draft board has him 45th. You start to get into that area, and you kind of have to figure out internally for the Hawks where their draft board is gonna land.
All right, pick in for Calgary.
Calgary's pick. Lanny McDonald is making this pick.
Good. The mustachioed one himself.
Great mustache. Hall of Fame player. Hall of Fame inductor. He makes all the phone calls for the Hall of Fame.
Hall of Fame human being is what he is.
Hall of Fame mustache.
That's good, man.
That's such a cool story that he has. His literally his last game he ever played in the NHL, he won the Stanley Cup.
He's hockey David
Ross.
That's
so cool.
But good.
That's such a cool story. David Ross was
He's fine.
Good. He was good.
Remember when he was a Cubs manager?
I do remember that.
Yeah. Feels like forever ago.
That was not too long ago.
Make the pick, Lanny.
Calgary is selecting a hockey player.
Cole Rushney is the pick.
Cole Rushney
for the Calgary Flames.
Nice. That's a good pick. Rushney's one of those guys that climbed the draft boards, especially after international play.
5'10 and a half, 183, left-handed center from the Victoria Royals. Awesome uniforms, by the way. The Victoria Royals.
Equal parts with the lion.
Yeah. Equal
like
parts
that.
clever, open ice playmaker, and robust download creator. He has the skill to fill the net and the details to make it without dynamic skating. Shades of Matt Coronado, another Flame.
Well, that works. That works out. Yeah, I like Rushney.
It's just a hockey name too.
Yeah, that fits the
Cole
bill.
Rushney. He had 26 goals, 66 assists in 92 games with Victoria of the Western Hockey League.
Oh, Victoria, they changed their logo. Now it's a forward-facing lion.
Yeah, they're still cool, though.
Yeah, I still like it. Rushney's one of those guys that, like, he has that skill set that overshadows the, like, he's an average skater kind of guy, like Martone. You know, it's not obviously not to that same type of high-level skill set, but he's still, like, the playmaking ability he has, you know, the one-on-one ability to beat guys in those situations, like that stands out. And a lot of these guys at 18 years old, they can get stronger, they can get faster, they can work on their mechanics. Like, the skating is not necessarily one of those things that should, especially for a guy that's projecting the first round, should really, like, scare you away all that much. But he has that skill set, that drive, that kind of overshadows what could be looked at as, like, average skating. But with a lot of those guys, especially with Rushney, with Martone, they have the sense, they have the mind for the game, they know where they need to be, and they get there.
Who does he look like? It's driving me crazy.
He looks kind of looks like Seth Jarvis without facial hair.
Not Bart Harley Jarvis. Go to hell, Bart Harley Jarvis. All right, the Blues are on the clock like anyone cares. By the way, I'm going to say something nice about the Blues.
Oh, boy.
Their new uniforms, fantastic.
You mean their new uniforms that they wore in the Winter Classic?
They're a little different. Some people don't like that they're going with the solid color number, like with no outline on it. I think it looks good. I think it looks classy.
Yeah, it's definitely a more classic feel to it.
Jason says Zach Hyman. That's who it is. He does look like Zach Hyman.
Yeah.
Looks like a rich bastard is what it is.
Yeah, that one rich hockey player, Zach Hyman. Yeah, I see it for sure.
All right, Cuddy, I got a super chat. Sorry, Cuddy Kitty, $5 says appreciate all your content, guys.
Thank you.
Through trade or free agency, who is the biggest name you think Kyle Davidson is able to land and add to the Hawks this offseason?
Through trade or free agency.
Well, it just doesn't seem like there's a lot out there. I don't know what's going to be available. I'm literally to the point where I'm like, just overpay some free agent because I want something to happen.
Yeah.
But we know Kyle Davidson is incredibly patient.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to do anything just to do it. But, man, I just worry. I've said this before. My concern isn't like, you have to go get a guy so the Hawks can contend now. I just don't think you don't want these guys going through another miserable year. And when you're going this young, it's going to be tough. Even if you overall like the way the young guys are playing, there's going to be those nights where they're just getting their teeth kicked in. And how many years are you going to put these young players through that? I think just adding a legitimate NHL player or two, and Andrei Burakovsky is not ideal, but he makes the team better. There's no doubt about that. He can play in the top six.
Given that
he can play in the power play.
You traded him for Joe Veleno.
Yes. I'm fine with that, but it's not enough. It's not enough. So We'll see. I don't know. I can't tell you a specific name because who knows? Like a lot of people say, like Bijan says, Lafreniere. No one knows what the Rangers are doing.
Yeah.
And if you're going to get Lafreniere,
I'm not
that deal is probably done by now.
I'm not certain that they're actually trading him, though.
Right. I don't think you're going to get him for 25. Maybe. But that was a number 1 overall pick recently.
How about a 2-year contract overpaying for Claude Giroux?
Fine.
I don't think it'll happen, but I think that would be fun. I think that's a guy that personality, and he still has some good tread on the tire even for being 37. I think that'd be a fun personality to bring into the room. That's a guy that's been around for a long time, has that kind of edge to his game, a fun guy to have around the young group, someone that could, mesh well with those young guys. And again, is one of those players that has been a captain, has been a top player on a team. Who knows? We'll see. Jordan Kyrou is an interesting name as we're talking about the Blues being on the clock here.
See, but I think I think the Blues wanted Peterka.
Right, yeah.
So I don't think they're actively shopping Kyrou, but they're like, hey, if it gets us Peterka, fine, because Kyrou's got some kind of weird, I think is it next year? There's like the no trade kicks in. So if they want to move him, they have to do it now.
Yeah, that could be.
All right, the Blues on the clock, still ticking away. Any day now, you puds.
I think after the Blues make their pick would be a good spot for our second commercial break.
I agree. I also want to shout out Emma, our social media manager.
Yeah,
she is killing it, and she posted some pretty funny memes that are...
She sure did. I just saw it.
It's been 84 years Titanic meme she just posted.
Yeah. That's a good one.
So if anyone who's listening, if you guys want to follow us at CHGO_Blackhawks and check out the content we're posting tonight.
Emma, you want some camera time? Come on, walk around.
Sounds like it's going to be QMJHL.
You have time, Emma.
Justin Carbonneau.
You can take your time.
Going to the St. Louis Blues.
Let's do a lap. Come on, there you go. There's Emma.
There's Emma. She's killing it.
There you go. Good job. All right, that's enough.
All right, get out of here.
Get out of here.
You got tweets to send. Go on.
Get back to work.
Yeah. Go do a TikTok dance. No, Emma's doing great. Nikki Glazer, you're doing the
I used to like Nikki Glazer
for the St. Louis Blues. Used to?
I did until just now.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Look at all those
Look at that
Blues.
guy. Some people shouldn't wear tank tops, sir. Where's John Hamm?
Yeah, right? I'd be down to see John Hamm make this pick.
Yeah. Big Blues fan, John Hamm, Emma.
Mm-hmm. Him and...
It is indeed Justin Carbonneau. Justin Carbonneau, right wing from the Blainville Boisbriand of QMJHL. I'm not even going to try. A highlight reel creator with top-of-class tools
Armada.
And the mindset to be a difference maker. Decision-making needs work, but the top 6 upside is clear. I think I said decision maker. Mindset to be a difference maker. Decision-making needs work, but the top 6 upside is clear. He was in a range of 8 to 14 according to Elite Prospects. Shades of Philip Forsberg.
You talk about some of the best shots in the, one of the best shots in the draft class with Anton Frondell. Carbonneau is in that conversation as well. For a while, he's been looked at in this draft class as one of the best pure goal scorers. Had a really solid year in the Q, 46 goals in 62 games, 89 points total. Really good with the puck on his stick. I think he's a guy that, has that top 6 upside. He's got the size. He's got the shot. If it all gets put together at the NHL level, like that's a guy that's going to be a really good second liner. And I hate that he's a Blue.
Yeah, poor guy. He's like great. Look how upset he looks, faking a smile.
Yeah. a little bit more from the Elite Prospects profile of him. Says, if we ranked pure upside, Justin Carbonneau would be in the top 5 of this year's draft class. He can fly with crossovers while keeping tight control of the puck, slipping around on his skates, under sticks, and between defenders. Often featured multiple 2 and 3 zone carries where he dangled defenders, sprinted wide of them, and cut right into their space, displaying some developed physical skills to go along with his high-end skating and handling combination. Although he's not a power forward in the pure sense, he can hit, retrieve pucks, protect them, and drive to the cage. I like it. That's a hard-nosed player that can a guy like that has that profile, that has that size, that has that knack for getting to the middle of the ice, that high percentage offensive zone, and then has the shot that he has.
Yep.
That's a really good player.
It's a good pick. We are 6 away from the Blackhawks pick, so roughly 6 hours. 6 hours to go, everybody.
Columbus is up on the board next. Do we want to hit the break zone?
Yeah, let's hit the break zone now, and we will come back in 2 minutes. Do us a favor while you're waiting for the break zone to process. Hit that like button. Make sure you are subscribed to. There are some shiny foreheads. Subscribe to our YouTube page as well. I can say that as a shiny-headed man myself. And we'll be back in 120 seconds here on CHGO Blackhawks. Oh, keep going? Not yet.
Ooh.
He said, hopefully.
I wish we could hit the brakes because I'm really excited to tell you guys about all the things that Ray Chevrolet has going on.
Ooh, I can't wait.
Ray Chevrolet in Fox Lake is kicking off summer with the big savings all month long. Come in today to shop the summer sales event and drive home with $10,000 off MSRP on new Chevy models. You can also check out their selection of over 125 vehicles priced under $20,000. With one of Chicagoland's largest Chevy inventories, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle for you. And with Ray's Price Promise, that lets you shop confidently because the price you see is the price you pay. Go see for yourself. You can visit our partner at their convenient location right on Route 12 in Fox Lake. Don't miss out on their summer sales event going on all month long for $10,000 off MSRP on new Chevy models. Shop Ray Chevrolet in Fox Lake or at raychevrolet.com. They've been serving the community since 1963. Together, let's drive.
And just like your favorite team needs a home ice advantage, your home needs a home floor advantage, and Empire Today can help you get it. Empire Today has flooring experts, dedicated flooring pros who focus on flooring every single day. You've been to the big box stores for whatever you need, cleaning supplies, toilet paper, garbage cans. You don't want to buy floors there because they don't have the flooring experts that Empire Today has. They are your best bet for a new floor. Empire Today lives and breathes flooring, and they'll be with you every step of the way. And they bring the showroom right to you with Empire Today. You get clear upfront and all-inclusive pricing. Plus, you can schedule installation as soon as the next day. So do that. Schedule it. CHGO listeners can receive a $350 discount when using the promo code CHGO. Yes, you heard me right. A $350 discount with code CHGO. Restrictions do apply. Visit empiretoday.com/CHGO for full details. That's empiretoday.com/CHGO. All right, we are back. The Columbus Blue Jackets are on the clock once again. That's right. Once again, Columbus is on the clock. And we are at pick. This will be pick 20. Thank you, Emma. So we are getting close to the Blackhawks pick again. Finally. Chris T says, wish the Hawks traded up to 6 or 7. That would have been cool.
Anton Frondell on getting drafted into the NHL. I love hockey, and I love to play, so I'm happy.
That's great.
That's great.
I want one of these kids to be like, this sucks.
I'm just doing this.
I'm really unhappy about this.
Dad'll get off my back.
Right. He forces me to go.
Oh, that's funny. All right, Blue Jackets. How are they just starting the clock now? They've been on the clock the entire break zone.
Also, like, you... Listen, if we were doing something here like this, and people are not enjoying the format, they'd surely be tagging us on Twitter, and we'd be seeing such things. Why not adjust on the fly? Now they're going to another commercial break.
This kind of TV production, you can't adjust on the fly.
Why?
Because
why can't you just eliminate one of the dumb things you're doing?
So many moving pieces, so many different parts. It's just no. It's so hard to change something like this of this magnitude. To be like, okay, speed it up. They can't. It's at the mercy of how these teams are manipulating their time, and you have to, you're affording all of these guys this time to, talk to all the different TV stations, because it's not just ESPN. It's ESPN. It's Sportsnet. It's TSN. It's NHL Network. It's the French Canadian TV network. It's across the globe. They're all on this time frame.
But you can't just hit the clock sooner.
You could try.
Like after the pick's made, hit the clock.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like at this point, they've got to know who they're picking.
That's the thing for me. That's the thing is that, like, do you need the full clock to make this pick? Especially for these teams, it's like they've been, they've known they've had this pick, especially when you get to this part of the draft. You see how the board falls, but you knew you weren't getting any of the guys that went in the top 10, top 12. So, you start thinking about some of those mid picks early. And if your guy is still there, if someone in the teens or the early 20s was really high on Malcolm Spence or something like that, he's still there. You say, all right, great. This is the guy that we were looking at the whole time. Boom.
Yeah.
Go and do it.
All right, we are just waiting for ESPN to come back from commercial.
That's what I just said. I looked over and I was like, they're doing another break?
It's 2 breaks in a row. Oh, Roger McQueen has arrived at Disneyland, sorry.
Disneyland.
He's not there yet. He's now
meeting,
at the van.
This is the story of the night.
Wild Wing is there
Wild
with
Wing,
him.
Yeah.
God, the orange. Just go back to the purple.
No one likes the orange.
Why do you hate to make people happy, Anaheim?
And they're sending them to Disney. There is no way that if you went back to the Mighty Ducks era, that Disney would be like, you can't do that because it's Disney property owned or anything. No.
They've worn the colors before.
You're wearing the exact logo
2 years ago
that you had, but they had those colors, but they didn't have the old logo. They had like a modified version of it, if I remember correctly.
That's fine. Just modify away.
Yeah. No. Go back to the purple and green. People love it. By the way, Jim Nill, GM of the year.
Again?
Yeah.
3rd year in a row, isn't it? Maybe you win a cup one of these times.
Yeah. GM of the year, Bill Zito finished 2nd. Kevin Cheveldayoff 3rd. Chris Patrick 4th. Chris McFarland 5th.
Meredith Gaudreau is back, making a pick for the Jackets
Stan
again.
Bowman got 2 third-round picks, or third-round votes for GM of the year.
For what?
I don't know. For the team that he was handed, that was already constructed, that already had Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl getting to the Stanley Cup final. Congratulations.
The first goalie is off the board, Pyotr
Andriov?
Yep.
Wow. Not Joshua Ravensbergen.
6 foot, 207. Athletic, aggressive goalie that consistently finds his game in big moments. With Krasnaya of the MHL, 37 games, a 175 goals against, a 942 save percentage. Oh my God.
Yeah.
With 3 shutouts. Now the MHL is the lower level where Demidov was last season.
Yeah, you don't have to remind people of that. There's a lot of MHL experts in our viewership.
I forgot. Yes, that's right.
They know all about this.
They know all about it. Yep.
No, I mean, yeah, I think at the lower level sometimes those numbers can potentially get a little inflated. But I mean, you look at it's still nothing to scoff at. Like, it's definitely somebody who, amongst his peers in his age level, dominated in between the pipes. I mean, a 942 save percentage for an entire season.
I don't care what league you're in.
Is really impressive.
A 942 save percentage is insane.
Yeah, that's really impressive.
Yeah.
He's got good size, 6 foot, 200 plus pounds, athleticism, aggression in the net. Like, it's good stuff to have. I'm surprised he is the first goalie to go off the board.
Yeah.
I thought if any goalies we were going to see go off the board first in the first round, it'd be Ravensburgen.
Yeah, certainly felt that way.
I'm surprised it's Andrianov. Wow.
Yeah, he's not even on our big board.
Well, yeah.
He wasn't. We didn't predict him at all.
Yeah.
I bring it up with Charlie.
Yeah, Charlie.
He's the one that made it. Why was Charlie not on this? He should have known that Pyotr Andrianov was the best goalie in this draft class.
All right, the Ottawa Senators are on the clock with pick 21. Then it's Pittsburgh, Nashville, LA, and the Blackhawks. So we'll see. We're getting there, folks. We're going to do it. We're going to make it.
This is from a
water refresh.
Yeah, thank you.
Mario's got a new Red Bull.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go.
I thought she gave me a water. No, it's my Red Bull. I need it. I'm good. Cam Robinson on Andrianov says, was told that Andrianov impressed greatly at the Dan Milstein Gold Star Showcase earlier this month. Blue Jackets taking a big old swing on the Russian goaltender.
Good.
Well, and Columbus just traded Daniil Tarasov, another Russian goaltender. They sent him to the Florida Panthers for a 5th-round pick, I believe it was. So you kind of reload a little bit, reset the clock on your goaltending depth. But, again, still surprising. That is still surprising. You hear so much about, especially goaltending, which it's not, that deep of a goaltending draft, I would say. There's some people that were saying, you might not see a goaltender in the first round, but, there's also kind of been some conversation about in this first round, you might see actually a run of goaltenders, because as we've gotten to this point in the draft, at this point of the class where it's like, are you sold on any of these guys being anything more than bottom 6 forwards or bottom pair defensemen? If you're not, maybe you're better suited to take a flyer on a guy that might have potential to be an NHL starting goaltender. And you might see, we still might see Joshua Ravensburgen be a first-round pick.
Yeah, I think the one of the betting sites had it at like 1.5 goalies picked in the first round.
Mm-hmm.
And when you go so far off the board with this pick, maybe that almost seems like a shoo-in at this point. So we'll see.
Yeah, and you still have Jack Ivankovic, teammate of Porter Martone's at Brampton. That was, the U18 Team Canada starting goaltender. Was with them with the World Juniors as a backup. He's another guy that could, if we see this weird run of goaltenders, could make an appearance in the first round or early in the second round. So that will, it'll be interesting.
This has been a kind of a boring draft.
Our own Patrick Norton says, this show is great. The draft is brutal.
Thank you, Patrick.
Cool. Thanks, Patrick.
Yeah, the draft is...
Which don't worry. Everyone in the comments that's saying the negative things about this draft, we know you're talking about the broadcast. You're not talking about us. Don't worry.
Might be.
We know.
Senators on the clock at 21 from Elliot Friedman. Sounds like Ottawa is moving down slightly, trading this pick to Nashville.
Oh, interesting.
So maybe it's a pick swap because Nashville's supposed to come up at 23.
Yeah, 23, right.
So 23.
Nashville must want somebody bad.
Something else. Maybe Nashville takes Joshua Ravensburgen. Maybe they say, goalie run. Here it comes. They did trade Wallstead.
Yeah?
Or no, not Wallstead. What's his name?
Gary is so excited to hit that button. By the way, if you miss it...
Askarov.
Yes.
To San Jose.
The new CBA has been agreed to, by the way, in case you weren't sure.
Let's save that for Monday.
Yeah.
I can't dive into all
that.
I just saw
Gary
now.
Bevan, and there's a lot, though. Good
There's
stuff, though.
so much in the new CBA. It's going to be very interesting to see all the moving pieces here.
All right, so the Senators get 23 and 67 for 21.
Okay.
So Nashville moves up.
That 67 is the pick after the Blackhawks in the third round. They pick at 66.
Okay, so the Nashville Predators back on the board. On the clock, rather.
Boo. In Nashville.
And we waited another 240 for the pick.
Nashville took Brady Martin with their first pick. A choice. Calgary Flames have the last pick of the first round. That's from the Tkachuk trade?
Is that still? Let's see. It would say here, actually.
Calgary.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's see what's going on here. Who's still available on the big board?
Yeah, let's
Sarah?
take a look.
I know Malcolm Spence is out there. That's a guy that I'm still like, yes, I really want him for the Hawks. Lyndon Lakovic is still available. Ravensburgen, we've been talking about, still available out there. Logan Hensler still on the board.
Cullen Potter still there.
Wisconsin. Cullen Potter still there. Blake
Feels
Fiddler.
very hawkish.
Yep.
Tiny winger, must have.
Bill Zonin.
I like Zonin.
Yeah, Milton Gaffner.
If they end up with
there.
Frondell and Zonin, I'm happy.
Yeah.
I'm happy with that.
I'm good. I'm good with Potter.
Spence, I'm good with.
I'm good with Spence. I'm good with Zonin. You could talk me into Milton Gashrin. I know another guy that a lot of people have been talking about is Vaclav Nestrasil. Sure, I can be talked into that guy as well. I also think some of these guys, as we get to the late first round, could be also available at 34.
Yeah.
You know, the second pick of the second round. There's, always seems like there's a guy that everyone's convinced is a first rounder that falls to the second round. That always seems to be the case in the NHL draft. So, it'll be interesting to see who is available when we start day 2 tomorrow. But I mean, some of these guys, like, Hensler is a guy that was looked at as a defenseman that could go as early as 13, 14, and he's still around at 21. I really hope he's not the pick here to the Nashville Predators. Spence is a guy that, early 20s could still go. Lakovic was a guy that was in the teens.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see how things shake out.
It's also, when you get a draft that is not as deep as some others, there is a big variance when you get to this level of the draft. So he's projected to go 40th. Well, when there's such a narrow gap separating these guys, I mean, even when you talk about from 3 to 5, there was a very narrow gap.
Right.
It's going to be, you're going to get that way. The later it goes, the less the slotting matters really in terms of projections. And
it all comes down to teams' internal boards too.
It's George Kittle. Yeah.
Another guy that likes Chicago. Always said he likes the Bears. Never played for him. Coward.
He will.
He will. For his final season in the NHL, he'll be a Bears backup tight end.
The pick is Cameron Reed, defenseman from the Kitchener Rangers. 5'11" and 3/4, 193 left-hand shot. A play-driving defender with all-around skills and flashes of high-end offense, but he will have to tap into his offense consistently to fill a top-end role, shades of Devin Taves and Cam York. He was projected in the 14 to 25 range. That's right where he's picked.
Oh, good read. Good read by the elite prospects. Yeah, a guy that, when you talk about these types of defensemen, it's the skating that stands out the most. One of the best pure skaters in the draft class. A guy that, was part of that Team Canada team that had success at the U18s, had success in the Hlinka Gretzky tournament. So when you have a guy that's around, in their draft year, on those teams, in those settings, being part of success, like that is something that is really important for those guys to be around. We talk about it with Caleb Desnoyers being, a guy that's a winner. Reed is also in that conversation as well as being able to, be in those situations, be relied on for those teams. It's a big feather in the cap.
14 goals, 40 assists, 54 points in 67 games with Kitchener for Cameron Reed. And I usually, when I'm looking for him in the draft guide, I type in the first few letters of their first name. There's a lot of Cams in this It is one of the most common names in the draft guide.
Yeah, Cam. Well, I mean, it is, Cam Robinson, lead prospects.
All Cams get pushed up the board.
It's the year of the Cam.
All right, Pittsburgh on the clock, then Ottawa, then LA, then the Blackhawks.
We're almost there, folks.
Over under 10 o'clock.
Hang on. Pick. Well, it's 9:09.
I'll say under.
I hope it's under.
I hope it's
under.
I
hope it's under. I thought we'd be done by 10. Oh, boy.
That's so funny.
That's hilarious. I know. Yeah. This is a little bit more on Cameron Reed, the newest Nashville Predators defenseman. He was first-team all-rookie for the OHL in 2023-2024. This from David St. Louis of Elite Prospects says, Reed acted as a forward most of the game, forechecking for pucks, making passes off the back wall, and even battling around the net. He used some uncoverage techniques like popping into space just as shots came in to get his stick on them. Otherwise, he was the same playmaker from the blue line, orchestrating smart passing plays and taking advantage of vulnerable defenders. I mean, we joke a lot of times about, seventh defenseman, high offensive up game. Play him as a forward. Well, Cam Reed is one of those guys that, as a top defenseman, have the ability to play up the ice, join the rush in the offensive zone, playing deep and being effective. It's not something you see every day from a lot of defenders, especially, you get enamored with the guys that are the big defenders, the big guys, 6'3", 6'4", 6'5". They're mobile. They're still more or less stay-at-home guys that'll facilitate from the blue line. Reed's one of those guys that can jump into the offensive zone, and you don't worry about him. He can get back. He can facilitate. It's an interesting defenseman, a guy that's going to have a high upside. So can't wait to see him in a few years.
Yeah, it'll be. I like those kind of like tweener kind of players and see how they.
Right shot too.
How do they come? How do they mature through their NHL careers? And what does it ultimately become?
Top three guys, best available for ESPN's Megan Chaika, are all defensemen. Logan Hensler, Sasha Boumedievin is another one that's out there. Blake Fiddler out there as well. So
son of Vernon Fiddler.
Yeah, we'll see what the Hawks do. They are 3 picks away from being on the clock.
Give me Zonin. Let's go.
We got a super chat from Dirtless Shart Guy.
Thank you.
Just past 3 a.m. in the UK. This draft will kill me.
Yeah, he's got to find Holly.
Yeah, you and Holly should be.
Where's Holly been? By
you and Holly should be at the all-night pub watching the NHL draft. Find the one.
I'm sure it's all over television in the UK.
There's got to be one hockey bar in the UK, right? Oh, that's good. $1.99 sterling. Thank you, Dirtless Shark Guy.
Yes, we appreciate it. Where's the original though? The OG has not been out lately.
He was out earlier. I saw him.
He still lives there, yeah.
Oh yeah, he's there all the time. I just mean like earlier in the evening he was out there.
That's right. Yeah, sponsored the softball team.
Yeah, check out the store. 4 a.m. bar in Chicago, if I remember correctly from that one time I was there in my 20s. There you go, Emma. She's confirming the 4 a.m. bars.
She knows.
I love
Number one
this
insider
comment.
for 4 a.m. bars.
I love this comment from Connor. Wife and I watched a full Love Island episode starting at the 10th pick.
Okay, can I say something about Love Island?
Uh-oh.
No spoilers.
Trust me,
okay.
You're not getting any spoilers. My wife and I were looking for like a new show and stuff, and she got on this kick with Love is Blind, right?
That's a good one.
Binged all 8 seasons in like 2 weeks.
Damn.
And we were like, we're big fans of Married at First Sight. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that one. I love that show. We started Love Island. I got 10 minutes in, and I was just like, I can't stand it.
It's the best show.
And we started
ever.
with season 1, and I was just like, I can't. I was like, I can't do it.
The pick is in for the Penguins.
Oh yeah, hockey. Yeah,
it is Bill Zonin.
Wow. Okay.
Bill Zonin off the board. 6'1", 185 center, left winger, left hand shot. A playoff ready forward with special checking skills. skill, intelligence, relentless pace, and playmaking. This is the guy
That's a good
wanted
pick.
for the Blackhawks.
That's a good pick, yeah. Yeah, exactly as the as the prospect report says, like playoff style guy, like that relentless forechecking, that high motor, a guy that's going to go in, chip and chase, dig out pucks, play in the hard areas, play around the net. And he's an interesting personality too. Like he's, he plays chess to calm himself down. Like how many hockey players at 18 years old would be like, yeah, one of my hobbies is chess.
Yeah.
Find me a hockey player at 18 that doesn't say the one thing that they do outside of hockey is play golf.
Golf.
Yeah. And Bill Zonnin's a guy that, he's got some other interests, things that can, stimulate his mind. Yeah. He's a guy I definitely had on the radar for the Hawks. Didn't think he'd go this high, but hey, as we've been saying, this late end of the first round, it's, really just comes down to how teams view the board.
Maybe a bit of a project, right? Like it's
yeah, he's not a guy that's going to be, in the NHL maybe even next season, 26-27.
Yeah. All right, looking at the forwards left. Can we get the big board up one more time with Zonin off the board? There's some interesting names out there for the Hawks. Slakovic is there. Malcolm Spence is there.
Is still there. Listen, I know the Blackhawks' biggest need is not defensemen.
Uh-oh.
I know.
Hot take incoming.
I know I said that they were going to take more defensemen than forwards as my hot take in this year's draft class. But we are, what's coming up here? 23? 23, yeah. 24, 25. We're 2 picks away, technically, from the Hawks being on the board. My guy, Wisconsin Badger, Logan Hensler is right there.
Well,
I might get upset if he's left on the board after pick 25. Cullen Potter, also from Wisconsin. He didn't play there, but he's from there.
I almost like if they take Cullen Potter.
My Badger is going to start coming out here. Hey, now.
Keep your Badger in your pants, please.
I'll keep my Badger in the house.
All right, Ottawa's on the clock. By the way, just a reminder, everyone, the biggest trade in last year's draft, the Utah traded for, Jesus, why am I blanking on the name?
Sergachev,
thank you. That was a round 2 trade. That happened during the second round. That was the second day.
Second round. Yeah.
So
they also brought in John Marino last year too.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, things could get active as well in the second round. I mean, Hawks, like we said, coming into tonight had 10 picks to make in the draft. 2 in the first round, 2 in the second, a third round pick, 2 in the fourth, no fifth round pick, 6th and 2 in the 7th. They can make some packages, put them together to move up. You could see, a third second round pick. They're, who's to say they don't make pick 25 and then trade second round picks to get back into the, first round. If they really feel like they need to move up from 34 to get into the late 20s to get another guy, I wouldn't put it past Kyle Davidson to have that kind of aggression, moving back in if they feel like they need a guy before they get to day 2 tomorrow. There's still a lot of movement that can happen for sure.
I'm hoping it's Spence. That's where I'm at right now.
I think, yeah, Spence is still my guy, but I didn't think Hensler would be available.
Yeah.
Nestrasil, a lot of people are
I'd be fine with that too.
Pounding the table for him. I think he's there at 34.
Yeah, I think you can probably get him later.
I think he's there at 34 and you could be happy with it.
All right, Sens, let's go. I mean, it's only 7:15 out in L.A., so
that's true.
They got all night.
Good for them.
What?
Good for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
L.A.
Yeah, when the first round in Vegas took, 4 hours to get through, we were done by 8 o'clock.
Yep.
8:30.
There are good players on the board here. I think everyone wanted to trade up. Everybody wanted the Hawks to acquire somebody. I get it. I did too. But, There are some good names here that have fallen.
Absolutely.
All right, the pick is in for Ottawa. Let's see who's going to come up for them. Who are you talking to here? I don't know who that is. Some dude.
I don't know. Oh, that's Darsh, I think.
Oh, that makes sense. This is easy. This job is so simple.
I should have been doing this a long time ago.
You know what though, like the Lou Lamoriello thing. I'm very glad they've moved on from him. It's just such a
90
boring
years old.
way to make the Islanders interesting, please.
Let them have beards again.
Yeah, really. Like, what are we doing? Come on. Can't imagine why you can't keep and attract free agents. All right, here we go. Ottawa selects. Waiting for my update. Is that Tom Green? Okay.
Is he from Ottawa?
I don't know. Oh, my God. What are we doing? Oh, bad news, Mario.
Oh, boy.
Logan Hensler.
Darn.
From the Badges. 6'2" and a quarter, 192 defenseman, right-hand shot, a toolsy play killer who steadily improved through the season, an easy projection to the NHL, and there's more offense to give. Shades of Noah Hannafin. Elite prospects had him going anywhere between 14 and 21. So a good value pick here for the Ottawa Senators and Logan Hensler. Tell us about him, Badger Boy.
Yeah, I mean, he's a guy that I think at the start of this draft cycle was looked at as one of those defensemen that could be one or, probably two off the board, somewhere in the top 10 range. A guy that played for, the United States Development Program, had a lot of success there. Transferred, up a level from the development program to the NCAA in Wisconsin. Didn't have the standout year that I think a lot of people expected him to, but was still a pretty effective player for the Badgers as a true freshman. The point production wasn't anything that jumped off the page, but as the season went on, you saw that development, not at the same level of Artem Levshinov, but similar situation in which as he got more and more used to the speed of the game, the level of play at the NCAA level, he adapted to it. He was with that Team USA team that won the gold medal at the World Juniors, played in a more sheltered, bottom six role, but it's still a guy that has got tremendous upside when you look at the size, the skating, the playmaking, the vision, the sense, the fact that he's a right shot guy that, gives him an elevation right away as well. So there's a lot to like there, even if, from the start of, how you evaluate the 2025 draft class to now, he's a guy that probably dropped about 10, 12 spots. There's still a lot to like there.
Yeah. It's size is something you cannot, teach. And he's got it. And sounds like, when I see something like an easy projection to the NHL, it feels like much like they say about Frondell, a high floor kind of a player. Like, regardless of how this pans out, that this is an NHL player. Is he a top pair, middle pair, bottom pair? Remains to be seen. Yeah. But I do like these little attribute things they have here. Play killer, toolsy, versatility on elite prospects.
Yeah, he's a guy that's able to, you can put him on a power play, you can put him on a penalty kill, and be confident he's going to be able to do what you ask him.
All right. We are one pick away from the Hawks being on the clock.
Finally.
LA is on the clock. Time to send a tweet reminding everyone that that's about to happen.
Yeah, I've done that. Here's some things we can share from the CBA. We don't have to get into the nitty-gritty of things, but this one from Chris Johnson is an interesting one. Quote here: "Great news for retired players included in the NHL's new CBA. A $4 million annual emergency healthcare and wellness fund is being established for those retired players." And Mark Lazarus adds, NHL revenues are expected to exceed $6.6 billion this year.
Damn.
So league revenue expected to exceed $6.6 billion, as we've heard with Atlanta being potentially on the board for expansion. Austin, Texas has thrown in their cowboy hat for potential for expansion. Expansion fees are going to be or exceed $2 billion with a B dollars.
I'm going to say something controversial.
The NHL is
Gary Bettman is doing a good job.
Oh, wow.
He is. The league is very healthy right now. The ESPN and TNT deals are a huge part of it.
Yes.
Because they have, when an NHL game ends, Scott Van Pelt leads SportsCenter with hockey most nights. Like, it's, to have it where sports fans live. Like, NBC, I think, did a really nice job presenting the game. I really liked, obviously, Doc Emmerich is great. Eddie O is great. I thought the broadcast itself was good, but it's just not a place where hockey fans go aside from games. And they couldn't give you anything when the games weren't on.
Yeah.
Now with ESPN and TNT, I know TNT is kind of the same deal, but I just think it's working. I think that the league is very healthy. Yes, of course, there are things they do that annoy us, but if you look through this new CBA, which we'll get into next week, read some of the details, some really creative stuff, some really forward-thinking stuff. I really like that the neck protectors are going to become mandatory in 2 years.
Yeah.
For new players. So there's some good stuff. Like, is he the most creative guy in the world? No, but I don't think the marketing of the game necessarily falls into the commissioner. I think some of the safety inconsistencies is something he'd like to correct. But again, it's not his fault. He can't run everything, but I think just maybe holding a little accountability there. He's not perfect.
Well, and Jim,
things have been good. And the fact that this CBA got done with no delay
ahead
a year
of
to go,
yeah.
There was no drama at all.
Yeah.
He's done a good job. So you got to be, and he likes to get booed. He's self-deprecating.
He plays into the villain role for sure. Jim in our chat points out Marty Walsh, new head of the players union.
He deserves credit too.
I think there's a much better leadership group and relationship between the league and the players union under Marty Walsh than there ever has been under Bill Daly.
All right, the LA pick is in. Allegedly. Sorry for the coughing. My allergies are freaking ridiculous.
Jay, come on, get it
Take
together.
your sunglasses off, dork. You're inside.
I have.
Oh, a trade alert.
Whoa.
Meow, meow, meow.
Pittsburgh is trading into pick number 24. LA trades pick number 24 to Pittsburgh for pick 31 and 59.
Okay.
I don't know who this is for the Kings. So the Kings move back.
Is that the guy in?
They move back 7 spots in the first round, and then they also add a second-round pick at 59, late second round.
All right.
Pittsburgh is on the clock.
So Pittsburgh's on the clock.
They will. This will be their third pick in the first round?
Yeah.
Because they had the back-to-back, but they didn't make both of them.
They have Kindle. Oh, yeah, you're right. That's the only one they made.
No. They got, is that the only one they made?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and Zonin. Duh.
Oh, yeah, they just made it.
Yeah, they
That's
just
right.
got Zonin. That was
right.
4 hours ago. Sorry. 2 picks ago was 4 hours ago.
Okay. Interesting. All right.
By the way, we have a lot of people tuning in right now because the Hawks are about to be on the clock. Thank you very, very much.
Smash the like button.
Hit the like button for us, please. If we can get 1,000 likes tonight, I'd be a very happy boy. That would be wonderful.
That would be awesome.
Let's let the people know that hockey matters in this town. I know sometimes people forget that because it's not their favorite sport. But this draft matters. This team matters to the city. Let's prove it by hitting that like button, telling a friend that we're on right now. We're going to react to the draft pick
on the ride
in real time. We appreciate you being here. And if you're checking us out for the first time, thank you. We're on 5 days a week during the offseason, every day at 2, every weekday at 2. And then during the season, we do 5 shows a week as well. Post games, pre games for road games. We're credentialed. We're at every practice. We're at every game. It's all you need. We're right here for you all the time.
And if you want to become a diehard, we got a sale going on right now. in honor of both the NBA and NHL drafts. NBA already happened. NHL currently in progress. The Make Your Move sale, $36 for the year. It's an introductory offer. To become a diehard, you get a free shirt. Upon sign up, you get 20% off of all merch. With the ALLCITY store. You get access to all of our diehards only written content across all platforms. So not just NHL, but NBA, NFL, baseball, all that stuff. Access to our diehard Discord. And if you haven't been a diehard, you haven't been able to tap into our pre-draft coverage, but you can become a diehard and tap into our post-draft coverage. Going to have a grading the picks post come out after tonight's first round and after tomorrow's day 2. Just kind of getting a sense of where the Blackhawks are after draft day and moving into free agency. It's a great time to become a diehard. So if you're interested, do that. Jump on that offer. It doesn't get better than that.
Yes.
For our diehards.
I mean, you're getting the free shirt, which is $33.
Yeah,
the membership's $36.
You pay for the shirt, and you get the whole year of diehard access.
Yes. All right, the pick is in for the Penguins. Let's see who they take. I am feverishly refreshing.
There are so many players on the board right now that I want the Blackhawks to take.
Did Chris Letang leave and just let you go do it, kid?
Is his son like disheveled now? His hair's all
aged.
over. His shirt's unbuttoned.
Yeah, he just threw that coat on.
All right, child of Letang. William Horkoff.
Son of Sean Horkoff. I'm old. William Horkoff, 6'4" 3/4, 190. He played for the U.S. National Under-18 team and Michigan. A rare midseason jump from the NTDP to the NCAA proved to be the right call for this towering pass-first forward with defensive upside. Skating is the question. He was projected in a range of 45 to 70. Shades of Mason Marchment with U.S. NTDP, 8 points in 19 games. With Michigan, 10 points in 18 games. So there you go.
Yeah, I think this is a
large boy.
This is a bet on the upside for the Penguins. I mean, you bring in Horkoff, you bring in Zanin. That's a lot of size, two-way ability, forechecking, being up front, adding that power to your prospect system. It's a good pick. I think he would have been on my radar for the Hawks in the second round if he had fallen to 34. But Pittsburgh loved him enough to move up from 31 to go and get him. So maybe that was an indication to them that he might have been high on the Hawks board at 25. So they wanted to jump ahead and make sure they got him. But no, this is a decent pick. And it's an interesting case when you have a guy kind of jump in midway through the season in the NCAA as he did with Michigan, but he jumped in and hit the ground running.
All right, call it. What's your pick?
Malcolm Spence.
I agree.
I've been talking about Malcolm Spence for effing 6 months. Like that makes the most sense to me for what the Hawks need. They need a guy that is hard to play against, power forward build and play style, two-way willingness and effectiveness, can jump in offensively, a guy that projects to be, a middle six contributor, high character guy. There's really no red flags to his game, and he played through like infections in his tongue this year that affected the way that he played.
No.
I
hope that's the pick.
I hope that's the pick. To me, that is the easiest pick to make. According to Charlie O'Connor of PHLY, he's 14th on the big board, so this would be a gigantic drop down from 14 to 25. Man, I really hope it's Malcolm Spence. I think that is a slam dunk pick for the Blackhawks if it ends up being him. But there's a lot of options out there. We'll see. Nestrasil is available. We'll see.
All right. We're looking. We are waiting. Yeah, I feel like it's a forward at this point. I feel like it should be a forward.
I think so.
You can address the defense later, but
Boumediene would be probably your best defenseman that's still on the board. I'd rather Spence. We'll see.
Yeah, come on.
We'll see. I'm excited. I'm glad we're back around on the clock. It's been 84 years.
Finally.
As Emma said.
All right, this clock has not actually started for the Blackhawks yet.
No, why would it? Colin Potter's still on the board. I would be happy with that, even though he's, quote unquote undersized. Jacob Wozniak too. I mean, take another guy from Sweden. He's one that I think fits that mold too of power forward guy, has the build, has the two-way game, has the NHL competitiveness. It's interesting.
Is that Sean Horkoff? I would imagine it would be.
Probably, yeah. I'd imagine that's his mom and dad. Yeah, that's Sean Horkoff.
Yeah, that's Sean Horkoff.
Yeah, for sure.
That guy was like such the kind of guy the Hawks would trade for. Like, he's a genuine number 2 center. Not really. It's fine. All right. Let's go. Let's get this pick in.
Come on.
Make it Malcolm Spence. I think everybody goes home happy. There's a couple things, though, that Nestrasil is exciting to me. You know, a bit of a, maybe it's a reach, but I don't mind. Like I've been saying all along, take the home run swing for the guy you really like, and if that's him, go for it. Like, maybe he'll be there at 34.
I think he is.
You think he's there at 34?
I think he's there at 34.
All right.
We'll see, though.
I want Spence.
Spence.
How would you feel if it's Potter?
Fine. I'd feel perfectly fine, especially because you got Frondell first.
Yeah.
So there's a guy that has a power forward frame, a little bit of that, that power edge in his game. I'd be completely fine adding the guy who is widely considered the best skater in the draft class, a high upside offensive guy, playmaker, fast. Like, we talked to, was it Chris Peters who kind of said like his hands and his processing would have to catch up to his feet. Look, like we've lived through Andreas Athanasiou. If Cullen Potter at 18 is fully realized Andreas Athanasiou, then it's only up from there for him, right? I'd be completely fine with that. There's Frondell. He's still in the crowd.
Didn't fly him to Disney World. They should have flown him to Portillo's.
Yeah, send him
to JP Graziano.
Is there a Portillo's in L.A.? Come on.
Just fly him right to Chicago.
2 hours outside of L.A. They could get there by helicopter. If you can get to Disneyland that quickly for the 10th pick, you can get there. You can get to Portillo's in L.A. for the 3rd pick.
All right, let's get this done, Hawks. Let's go.
The pick is in. Who is the newest Chicago Blackhawk?
I am refreshing repeatedly.
Same. Some good players available from the U.S. development program as well. William Moore is on the board. Cole McKinney is on the board. Joshua Ravensbergen, goaltender.
Come on, let's go.
The pick is it Roenick again? Who's announcing this one?
I don't think Jeremy's ready.
Bill Murray. They're in L.A. Bill Murray's got to have a house in Hollywood, I'm sure.
One would think.
No, is Bettman just announcing it? It is none other than.
What are we doing here?
Are they trading? What's going on here?
You not hit the button. It can't be a trade.
Ding dong dong ding. Oh, who are they talking about? Who's this? They're commemorating somebody. It is announcing the pick. This gentleman. I don't know who this is off the top of my head.
You think they put a graphic up telling you who it is?
You'd think. With all this time.
Vaclav.
It is Vaclav Nestrasil. Wow. All right. Okay. I can be on the board with that.
All right, here we go. You wanted size, you got it. 6'5" and a quarter, 187 right winger from the Muskegon Lumberjacks of the USHL. 18 goals, 22 assists, 40 points in 57 games. A hard-working winger with creativity, handling, flashes of high-end thinking, and an increasingly violent side. A long-term prospect, but one with unique potential. Shades of Alexei Protas, which would be very nice. I'll take that. Vaclav Nestrasil is your newest Chicago Blackhawk. And look, as we've been talking, I have said, make the home run swing. This feels like a home run swing. You've got a lot of prospects. You've got a lot of draft capital. You see this talent. You're not sure it's going to be there when you pick again at 34. Go for it. 6'5" and a quarter. I'm in on this. And yeah, it's going to be a project. He's not going to be in the NHL next season, maybe even not the season after that. But I like a pick like this. Big, with skill, that plays physically. I'm in. Let's go.
18 goals, 40 points in 57 games with the Muskegon Lumberjacks this past season. The Blackhawks have tapped into the Muskegon pipeline in the USHL recently with picking Sacha Boisvert as well. Nestrasil, you add him to the list. He's going to UMass next season. So it's going to be that jump from the USHL to the NCAA. We'll see how that physicality translates. We'll see how that scoring touch translates, how the size translates. Again, pick at 25, being a project. You think about 3 drafts ago, you got Sam Renzel, pick at 25. He's a project.
Yeah.
2 years later, he's making his NHL debut. I'm not saying the same thing is going to be in the cards for Nestrasil necessarily, but I think the Blackhawks, this feels like a move, like you're saying. This feels like a move that you are saying we're betting on the upside, we're betting on the trajectory. Also hear from elite prospects, those little traits. Raw, fearless, got that dog in him.
Oh, good. Portillo sponsorship incoming.
Wonderful. I love that. They need some edge. They need some meanness. They need some physicality in their prospect system. I think you got a guy like that in AJ Spellacy in last year's draft. He's got that trait. Boisvert, as I was just mentioning, he's got a little bit of that in him as well. Nestrasil seems to be a guy that has that edge to his game, has that attribute that you put out there alongside, the production, a guy that probably projects into the middle 6 when it's all said and done. I think this is a good pick. Probably could have been there at 34, but if they weren't certain of that, we just saw that with Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
making the pick ahead of the Hawks. Maybe that player was available later at 31 where they were going to be picking, but they wanted to move up and get him. Hawks, they might have felt Nestrasil. They might have rolled the dice that he was there at 34. He wasn't. They take him at 25. I'm fine with it.
All right, here's the prospect profile for Vaclav Nestrasil, the newest Blackhawk. From a relative unknown to a potential first-round pick, Nestrasil didn't grab our attention until a couple months into the season, but once he did, we couldn't stop moving him up our rankings. By the end, the skilled and consistently improving power forward was a clear first-rounder for us. There's not much he can't do. Every night he plays with the same high level of energy, a punishing player who seeks out big hits, skates hard after every puck, and knocks away pucks with well-timed swipes. He's always noticeable without the puck. With possession, he plays a high-skill, team-focused game. He works gives and goes, drawing in the nearest defender first to give his teammate more space. With a full reach handling skill, he pulls pucks off the wall and gets to the slot in one motion, as well as carves through traffic off the rush. The star of the show is Nestrasil's playmaking. He doesn't have the passing touch and vision, but he doesn't just have passing touch and vision, but also adaptability and creativity. He slips and hooks passes through defenders. The creativity really blossomed in the second half. Though a complete player, Nestrasil is far from a finished product. He makes plays in motion, but suffers bouts of clumsiness and instability. He's 6'5" and skinny.
That'll happen.
Pucks take too long to leave his stick. He gets shoved out of inside positioning, and he forces plays that simply aren't there. Some nights he really struggled to connect plays and create as a result. His reads and play selection will both have to improve, but a lot of his limitations will improve as he grows into his body. That is Elite Prospects prospect profile on Vaclav Nestrasil. It's a big boy. A lot of people in the chat saying it's a reach. Would have been there at 34.
Maybe.
Sure. But again, if you're identifying a guy as the one you want to have, and when you've got a lot of draft capital, you can take a swing. I'm down. Would I have preferred Malcolm Spencer? Yes. But remember, we did this in our first ever draft. The Hawks took Kevin Korchinski. We're livid they didn't get Frank Nazar, and then several picks later, they got Frank Nazar.
Right, yeah.
So, there's whispers. There's teams know what's going on.
Yeah, no, I think this is a totally fine pick. I think this is, a guy that there was a lot of smoke around for the Blackhawks in this range, especially given the production he had in the postseason for Muskegon through the USHL playoffs. To finish out the draft profile here, it says Nestrasil is one of the biggest projects in the class, but there aren't many players, including those ranked above him, who match his long-term potential as a second-line power forward. His stature, defense, and physicality give him a fallback game if the skill doesn't take the next step. So I think with the Blackhawks here, what they could be seeing is they're using this 25 pick to bet on the upside that maybe you drafted a guy just as good with a similar style profile as Anton Frondell at 25 that you got with the guy at number 3. If you have two of those guys, you add they've added a lot of size to their forward group with Frondell and Nestrasil. You've added a lot of power to your forward group. That's been something that's been missing from the Blackhawks prospect system at that position. You did it with 3 and 25. And if at the very least Nestrasil is a third-line power forward who's going to be a two-way guy and chip in 15 goals or something like that, there's lots of first-round picks who would love to have that kind of career that never pan out. So I think when you're looking at the project, if he hits his upside, you're talking about you just got two guys that are going to play in your middle or top 6.
Yep. Center
or wing, big, beefy guys that once they're fully matured, you put them alongside Bedard and Moore and Boisvert and Nazar. You got a lot of speed, you got a lot of skill. Now you got some size and some toughness in there as well.
Yeah, and Kay, one of our regulars, doesn't like the pick, says you don't take huge projects in the first round. That's exactly what Sam Renzel was, and he is projecting as a number 1 NHL defenseman right now.
Sam Renzel was a 4-year project that is 2 years ahead of schedule.
Yes, and you knew that you've got the pick you made first, so you got a little bit of few extra picks, so let's go for it. You really like the upside with the guy. The Hawks have a massive scouting staff. They put out some tweets the other day, or maybe it was Instagram, like the miles traveled and the games attended by their scouting staff.
Yeah.
Like, they're not just pulling these out of their butts, guys. Like, as we've been starting this research, for the last couple months, they've been at it all year. And
beyond.
And beyond, exactly. All right, we got to catch up a little bit. Nashville at 26 took Riker Lee.
From Wilmette.
Of the Madison Capitals of the USHL. 5'11 and a half, 181 right winger. Right wing. I don't know what his political beliefs are. A tremendously skilled winger who slices open defenses with game-breaking handling and punishes them with his playmaking and heavy one-timer. Everything hinges on skating. In 54 games with Madison, 29 goals, 34 assists, 63 points. That is Riker Lee, and the Washington Capitals are currently on the clock. 2, 3, 6 picks to go in the first round.
Riker Lee was one of those guys that I think would have been a good story for the Hawks. Fits that profile of the really good skater, high energy, high activity forward from Wilmette. Him and Alex Vlasic could have been best friends, but he'll be going to. You said Nashville. Nashville made that pick.
Indeed.
That's tough. Oh well. Pick is in for the Washington Capitals at number 27. Some guys still on the board. Blake Fiddler Malcolm Spence, Colin Potter, all these guys we were talking about, Sasha Boumedian as well. Lyndon Lakovich still out there. He was a guy that was like looked at as potentially going in the teens. Still available late in the first round.
Well,
here.
Guess what? He's not. That's the pick for the
good timing.
Yes,
good timing. There you go.
Lyndon Lakovich, 6'4" and a quarter, 190, left-hand shot, left winger, right winger for the Moose Jaw Warriors. A fluid mover with dual threat scoring and masterful control of the game. Few prospects evolve as much as he has. Physicality is the next step. They had him in a 10 to 14 range, as you mentioned. Shades of Quentin Byfield and Dylan Cousins.
Oh, those are good comparisons.
Yeah. The Jets are on the clock as we speak.
Yeah, Lakovich, one of those, like I said, one of those guys that is slipping down. He would have been interesting for the Hawks there at 25, but I think, you look at, it's interesting. The Blackhawks, they go through this process, and I think when you look at some of these picks being made over the last few years with Kyle Davidson, it feels a lot different than, the way drafts felt with Stan Bowman at the helm. And I think Davidson puts a lot of emphasis on everybody being able to have an opportunity to have a voice in the front office. That's why he's got 6, 7, 8 assistant general managers. The scouting staff is a huge number of people involved. And you look at their draft war room here at the Fifth Third Arena, and they've got like 30 people in that room. And it's the scouting staff, it's development coaches, the front office is all there. They want to have a selection by committee and be able to, have everyone have a voice. It's not just, I'm the GM, I'm the smartest guy in the room, I'm going to be making the final say on the picks. Davidson wants to have the insight from everybody and make sure that it's a collective effort. So as much as it might feel like, maybe he really did like Malcolm Spence individually, maybe he really wanted to be like, maybe Lyndon Lakovich, like maybe that's a guy I want to, make the final say and go on, but it's the collective group, and he's taken their insight on it and saying, no, like Nestrasil's the guy that we feel like is the best fit in the room, and that's what they go with.
Yep, I'm down with it, man. A lot of people mad because it's a project. Like, go back through recent draft picks. You go to HockeyDB or wherever you hockey reference, whatever you want to do. In the NHL, like, once you hit the middle of the first round, there's not really a lot of sure things.
I think it's Byron Bader pointed it out earlier today. Picks in the 20s of the first round and beyond have a 20% chance or less of playing 200 games in the NHL.
Yeah.
If you get a late first round pick, early second round pick, if you get a guy like that plays 200 games in the NHL for your club, you've hit, no matter what their production is, no matter, what kind of role they play. It's such a crapshoot with the draft. You might get look at Louis Crevier, 7th round pick that's actually carved out a path to the NHL for himself. That's super rare. You look at, a guy like Andrew Shaw, late round pick, carved out a very nice career for himself in the NHL. Still super rare. How many times do you see first round picks early in rounds that just completely bust out? And then you compare it with second round, third round picks that hit. So it's a crapshoot. I think there's a lot to be seen with what happens with, these guys that are coming in. They're just starting, the meat of their development process. There's still a lot of growth to happen. Nestrasil's a guy that's going from the USHL to the NCAA. That is a big jump. That is a jump that Artem Levshinov had to make.
Yep.
So this is very far from you're picking guys that are finished products that you expect to play in the NHL. Roger McQueen has made it to Disneyland, by the way.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Did he meet Lightning McQueen yet?
Well, he definitely met Donald Duck. He had the Mickey ears on and everything.
Do you think he's like excited about that? Like, can I just not do this?
I mean, it's probably better than just sitting back in the arena waiting for all these picks to be made. Yeah.
Anton Frondell looked a little bored.
He sure did. Yeah. The pick is in for the Winnipeg Jets at number 28. Jonathan Taze's Winnipeg Jets, as it is now.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Spence is on the board.
Yeah.
Fiddler's on the board. Boumedien's on the board. Who do we got?
We're almost there, Sarah.
Hang in there, Sarah.
Sarah sighing over there.
No.
I feel you.
The computer is making me sigh. I'm having a great time. Don't worry.
Oh,
Computer's just getting a little frustrated.
It's this guy. Manitoba's own. Oh, that's a player. That's a player. Eric Comrie. There you go.
You got that hockey face.
He's got that goalie
face.
Sasha
Boumedien.
There you go.
Is the pick.
Right. Nice. Defenseman out of Boston University. Former teammate with Ryan Green.
3 goals, 10 assists, 13 points in 38 games with the... Why? Jesus, it's late. BU...
Boston University. Terriers.
Yeah, Terriers. Good
BU
Lord.
Terriers.
I was like, Bulldogs? No, I knew it's a dog. 6'1", 175 defenseman, an incisive breakout passer who grew in confidence and details throughout the season. Now he looks capable of filling a two-way role in the NHL. Shades of Cam Fowler. So he was projected to go somewhere between 30 and 50, and he went 28th.
Yeah, I think this
Stretch, reach,
bust. Yeah, I think this is a guy that, you know, we've talked about the defenseman in this draft class not being super deep, but I think you get to this point, and again, it's kind of like that razor thin difference between one guy from the other. You know, could Jackson Smith and Logan Hensler and Boumedien be all that different? Maybe slightly, but I think you wouldn't have been shocked to see any of those guys flip around and, you know, be picked where they ended up being. Boumedien's been, you know, a solid contributor at the NCAA level. He was, you know, relied on a lot at BU. He was with Team Sweden at the U18s, helped them there, teammate with Anton Frondell, and he had a big tournament in that tournament. So no, I think this is a solid pick. This is a guy that I thought, you know, for the Hawks, if they were going to go defenseman, either with this pick at 25, the pick at 25, or the pick at 34. He was definitely on that list in that range, but decent pick for Winnipeg for sure.
Yeah, they can. You know, they're a contender. That's a team that's, you know, they can take their time developing young players, and it's solid. I'm into it. Go for it. Whatever. Who cares? Winnipeg Jets taking Jonathan Taves away from me. The more time that passes, the more it bugs me.
Yeah?
To see him in another uniform is going to be rough. Like, I'm seeing the Photoshops. I'm like, no, that looks wrong.
I mean, for the fact that it's Winnipeg, and we've talked about that, you know, basically since it's been like, oh, if Taves ever did come back, what would it, you know, who would it be with? Winnipeg's always been on that list, if not at the top of the list, because of the hometown factor. So I think it'll be fine.
We got that picture ready, Sarah. This is tweeted by Vaclav Nestrasil's father in May. It says Vaclav at age 11 at an international tournament, rocking a white Blackhawks jersey.
Oh, cool.
It's fate. I like how he's 11. I'm like, that looks like a recent photo. It is.
Yeah.
It is a recent photo. It
was from 5 years ago.
Oh, Lord. What are you going to do?
That's great.
That's cool. I like stuff like that.
Cool. Who's on that jersey?
I don't know if there's it doesn't look like there's a number on there, but there's something under his left arm.
A C?
It looks like a C.
It's a C. It looks like a C made out of tape.
Tape's jersey. I don't know.
Nestrasilova is Vaclav Nestrasil's father's Twitter handle if you were looking for it.
I don't see the actual Vaclav Nestrasil on Twitter. Oh, he's there. Yes, he is.
I'd be surprised.
But he's got 20 followers. 20. It's a private account. We'll have to hack it later. All right, Carolina on the clock. And if the Hawks are going to trade with anyone, it's Carolina.
Maybe.
So let's see what happens. Hey, you owe us for getting you Mikko Rantanen for a week. Give us this pick, jerks. Carolina feels like a Cullen Potter kind of a place.
Malcolm Spence.
You think?
Yeah.
You can look at the board.
Just to enrage everybody.
Right now. This is who's left, minus
Malcolm
those two
Spence,
people.
highest available on the All-City Network's big board from Charlie O'Connor. Next after him, Cullen Potter. Then after him, Milton Gastron, Blake Fiddler, Cameron Schmidt, Jack Murtaugh. Yeah, we'll see.
Eric Nilsson was a teammate of Frondell too, right?
I think so. I think you might be right.
To the internet.
All right, we've crossed the 4-hour mark.
Good Lord.
With picks 28.
Yes, he was.
29, 30, 31, and 32 left to go.
We're going to make it, everybody. We can do it.
You think the Hawks get back in?
I don't want to give people hope. I think people are cranky. So I'm going to say no.
Yeah, probably not. Would they trade with San Jose? I don't think so. Would they trade with LA?
Here's
probably
what
not.
Blackhawks hater Corey Proman had to say. Let's see. Nestrasil's stock shot up following his second half and playoffs for Muskegon. He's a huge winger who can skate, has skill, and works hard. He's not the most creative player with the puck, but his athletic toolkit and potential are high-end. He projects as a unique profile in the bottom six. Has analysis here as well. Nestrasil kept getting better as the season went along, becoming a top player for the eventual USHL champion. In Muskegon, his tools and projection for the pro game are highly intriguing. He's a huge winger who can move quite well for a big man and has some offense in his game. When Nestrasil gets going, he has the foot speed of an NHL player and can create a lot of controlled entries. His first few steps are just okay, though. I'd like to see him use his big body more to get to the net, but Nestrasil has the skill to create in small areas. He competes well, can kill penalties, and will be a player that coaches tend to trust. He projects as a bottom six winger in the NHL. So there you go.
Sure. Okay. Ask him about Frank Nazar.
I still can't honestly, that take is so bad that I just outright dismiss Corey Proman.
Elliot Friedman. Sounds like Chicago is moving up into Carolina's spot. For the third time in 4 drafts, Kyle Davidson is making 3 picks in the first round. 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's go.
1, 2, 3.
Malcolm Spence? Come on.
That better be.
Come on.
How funny would it be if I said, remember, I was mad they took Korchinski, then they got Nazar, if they get Malcolm Spence here.
Please.
By the way, we are,
please,
don't make me do math, 47 likes away from 1,000 likes.
Please.
You hit that like button, you are guaranteed the Blackhawks get the player you want.
I sound like Sabrina Carpenter. She's got that song.
I'm not saying anything.
Please.
That is a child.
Please. I don't know. Whatever. Blackhawks getting back into the first round.
All right, let's hit that like button. Come on. Make it happen. Make it happen. Here's the thing about Twitter I don't like, by the way.
The one thing?
One of the things. So someone I follow tweets.
Yes.
And then someone I follow retweets it.
Yes.
And it's like right there in a row.
Mm.
It should have the ability to not show the retweet when I've already seen it.
Maybe.
All right. My column.
Let's go. I really hope it's Malcolm Spence. Looking at who's still available on the board, I feel like getting 3 first-round picks, I'm not going to be upset with. I'm going to be interested to see what it took to get back in the first round. Maybe it's 34 and 62. Maybe you just punt on the second round and say we got
for
three
now.
guys we wanted in the first 30 picks.
Mark Lazarus pointing out, by the way, if this trade is actually happening, this will be 11 first-round draft picks in 4 years for Kyle Davidson.
That's how you do a rebuild.
That's right. I want to see the return here. Let's go. This is exciting.
Reichel?
A lot of people guessing Reichel. I hope not for Holly's sake.
Carolina. Is he a Charlotte checker? He can join Mackenzie Entwistle with the Charlotte Checkers. Or no, they're not. No, he'd be a Chicago Wolf.
He would be a Chicago.
Would he not? Because the Checkers are Florida now.
It changes every year, though. All right, we're 9 likes away from 1,000. Let's go. Hit it. Charlie the Bacon Guy's here, checking in from fish camp. I don't know what that is.
It's a camp where you fish.
Oh, that sounds fun. I'm getting a text from my daughter that says no.
Chicago Wolves are the AHL affiliate of the...
I think... All right.
Oh, your daughter's going to have a breakdown.
We don't know, Addie. It's okay. We don't know if it's... Thank you for watching. Hit the like button. We don't know that it's Lucas Reichel, okay? Calm down. Addie, Holly, relax.
Addie, Emma, and Sarah say hi.
Emma and
wait,
yes.
Is the pick in? Is it William Byron? Hi, William. Do you want to virtually hit this button?
Is this not happening?
I don't know. This is interesting. Come on now.
Oh.
Elliot Friedman
this?
can't be wrong, right? Or is it Elliot?
Yeah, he's got a report for 34, 62, and a fifth in 2027.
This is Fried? Real
Fried? There it is. Trade alert. All right.
There we go. For what?
I hope Elliot Friedman just smashed Bettman as the guy was talking.
34,
62, and a fifth in 2027.
So they punt on the second round and they give up a fifth in who cares?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
So they punt on the second round to get one more guy in the top 30.
Do we have a tweet saying the Hawks are on the clock?
That's fine.
Anyone? I got it.
I'm fine with that. I can live with that. Now who's it going to be?
It's got to be Spence.
God, I hope it's Spence. Come on, give me Malcolm Spence. Make me a happy boy. Kyle Davidson. Don't you sons of bees go to commercial?
Oh, they have to.
Gosh, diggity dang it! I wish we weren't on Fast Channel. I'd be able to be swearing. Oh, all right. Well, when they come back, the Blackhawks will have made their pick. Let's see who it's going to be. Boy.
All right, again, if you missed it, and we're all scrambling here, 34, 62, and a seventh-round pick.
Fifth-round pick.
Fifth-round pick in 2027. That's where the 7 came from.
2027, so 2 drafts from now, a fifth-round pick. Someone who is currently 15 years old. Charlie says he's fishing in Wisconsin with his dad.
Cool. Oh. Enjoy that.
Hello.
Any time spent with your dad is quality time.
Father Bacon Guy?
That's right. Charlie the Bacon Guy Sr.
That's Mr. Bacon to you.
All right, yeah, so 20...
Carolina gets 34, 62, and a 2027 fifth-round pick. Blackhawks get pick 29. I'm cool with it. We wanted Davidson to be aggressive and shoot for the guys that you believe in. Shoot for the guys that you want. This is a move to do it. Very happy with it. Let's see. Super chats before we get this in.
Christo
for $2 says second year in a row trading with Carolina for their first. Hey, Carolina and Chicago, long history of being good trade partners.
Yep.
Well, I don't know about good, but trade partners. Hap Cats 13 with $5. ESPN, Rachel Doree, as of yesterday, had Vaclav Nestrasil to the Hawks at 25th. Keep up the great work through the drawn-out night, and thoughts on Nestrasil. Yeah, well, I mean, we broke it down. It's a power forward who's got a ton of upside. It's just how long is it going to take for him to get there?
no one's happy. It's I don't know.
What do you mean no one's happy?
It's just
who's happy? Who's sad?
Our buddy Windy City Hockey said it's too much to trade up.
No, it's not.
It's the cost of doing business.
The cost is correct, I think.
Don't worry about the 2027 fifth round pick. Yes.
It's someone we've been talking about.
Yeah.
Going deep. It's Mason West.
Oh.
The stud quarterback from Edina High School in Minnesota. 6'6", project forward. Plays down the middle. Oh, man.
It's exciting.
Someone was going to make this pick. Someone was going to make this gamble. And Kyle Davidson put his cojones on the table and said, this kid is going to be something in his hockey career. He's going to win a state title in hockey. He's going to win a state title in football. He's going to run that high school. Then he's going to go to Michigan State, and he's going to dominate. Boom. Mason West.
All right.
29th overall to the Blackhawks.
6'5" 3/4, 208 right-handed shot. He's a center wing. The top high school prospect in the draft. His 6'6" frame, mobility, and toolsy profile are punctuated by flashes of higher-end skill and unlimited projection. In 31 games,
he can project to be whatever you want him to be.
In 31 games with Edina, 31 games, 27 goals, 22 assists, 49 points. Here is the prospect profile. It's long. I will try to shorten it. Mason West is a rare prospect who stands out immediately at nearly 6'6". He's one of the biggest forwards in this draft class. Beyond his imposing frame, he's a fluid skater with effortless extension, an NHL-level activity rate, and the reach and skill combination to make high-level plays. Like many high school prospects, West's habits are still developing. Many of his shots come from the perimeter, and his puck decisions can be questionable. At times, his hands looked underwhelming, struggling to maintain control and execute while in motion. A major concern was his physical game. Despite his size advantage, he often lost battles and ended up outside in positioning, suggesting a lack of understanding on how to leverage his body properly. With West's frame, skating, quick tool development, and increasing skill flashes, his profile is already intriguing. Add in a maturing physical game that leads to more puck retrieval and battle wins, and he could shift his projection to a potential top 9 NHL forward. Passing up NCAA football interest to pursue hockey full-time, West could get picked significantly earlier than we ranked him. That's elite prospects again. So this is my only concern with this.
Look at that touchdown to interception ratio. 34-7. That's going to translate really well.
It's like, how good of a prospect is he? Is a D1 football team going to become calling for him to play quarterback or tight end? I like it. It's fine. It's ballsy, as we've been talking about all night. I just hope that it's not a guy that's just not going to play in the NHL and say, you know what? Nah, I like the NFL. I'm going to do the NFL thing.
It's a gamble for sure.
We needed size, though. He's big.
I mean, you got a hell of a lot of size today.
Yeah,
6'2", 6'6", and 6'5".
The three forwards you picked in this first round are all power forwards. And all guys that have a really high upside if they are to reach the ceiling. I trust Kyle Davidson and his group. Do they have to run football highlights on this? This is making me nervous. I trust Kyle Davidson and his group in their assessment of these guys. I haven't been shown anything to doubt their drafting, the way that they evaluate these prospects. These drafts have been pretty good on early returns. My thought with the Hawks making this kind of pick, taking this kind of gamble, is that the times that they have talked to him, the combine was earlier this month.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think a team is taking a gamble on him in the first round if they don't feel certain that in conversations with him that they believe that his future is in hockey. If he had said, I'm probably going to weigh my options once things are all said and done, he's not a first-round pick. Teams know the value of first-round picks, even late in this year's draft. So I would believe that Kyle Davidson and his group, in talking with Mason West, get the sense that this is going to be a kid that's going to focus on hockey. And he committed to Michigan State. That's a top tier. Program in college. If you're
worried about the understanding of the game, Michigan State's going to be a place that's going to teach you the understanding of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. So, he's already. He could have said, "Well, I'll see how it goes." But he's already committed to a school, going into not this season but next season. Obviously, it doesn't get too much better than Michigan State when it comes to college hockey. So, yeah, I at the moment, I'm not going to worry about what he does with football. He seems like a guy that is committed to hockey, and I don't think Davidson's making this pick if he didn't also believe so.
Those uniforms are pretty sick too.
Cake eaters.
I like those a lot. All right, I think we have Will Scouch on Mason West. It is we got a slow computer. Bailey's back.
Making the Sharks pick. He's got a Sharks championship title. Who'd she pin for that?
Hopefully me. What?
All right, here's Will Scouch.
The Sharks have taken the second goalie off the board. Joshua Ravensbergen.
Wow, all right.
Is the pick.
Ravensbergen and Askarov as their goalie depth.
Pretty solid. 6'5" and a quarter, 190. With the Prince George Cougars of the WHL. 51 games, a goals against of 3, a save percentage of 9.901. A big, composed, and confident goalie who uses all of his tools effectively. Elite puck tracker that's able to come up with big saves. Shades of Ben Bishop. Projected range was 23 to 34. So there you have it. All right, we got Will ready to go. Here is Will Scouch on Mason West, the newest Blackhawk.
West is more of a sort of control the pace of the game type skill forward with some playmaking ability, and he's not the guy pushing the energy of the game a tremendous amount, but he's not a bad skater. There's nothing really about him where I'm going, I would have question marks. I just feel like this sounds bad, but I don't mean it badly. But when he plays hockey, it feels like he's not quite a hockey player. Like he doesn't really have the energy and the back and forth, 200-foot game that seems to be what he's capable of as a 6'5" whatever kid. But I mean, I also think it is a little bit, not a concern, but something to keep in mind that he is going to go back and play football. He's going to be back in the USHL next year, and that's going to set him behind, right? He's going to be going to college hockey a year later, and other guys will have been there for 2 years at this point, right? Some guys will be well past major junior and into the NCAA. So catching up to that is possible. I can't say it's impossible, but it is something to note, right? Like that there is going to be a longer pathway for him. And based on what I've seen of him, he's a good player, but I think first round, he's a bit too much of a mystery box for me there. But I compare him a little bit to a similar story to Dean Latorno last year, where Latorno, I wouldn't want him, I didn't think he would go to college hockey so fast, and I don't think Mason West should go to college hockey next year either. So, but a year in the USHL might really help him and help him round out and fill out a little bit and really sort of figure out what type of player he is, because I'm not sure he's quite there yet. But, he's a mystery box. Anything could happen.
All right, that's Will Scouch on the newest Blackhawk, Mason West.
Mason West is Mason West. The mystery box could be anything.
It could be a mystery box.
Could be Mason West.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think it's and as Will was saying, he doesn't think that jumping to college this upcoming season it would be right for West, and he's going to take the year to play in the USHL. He's going to go to the Fargo Force once his football season ends, which for Minnesota high schools, that's, early November, you're done. So he's not really going to miss too much of what would be the USHL season. So I'm not super concerned about it, especially since you're taking him with the long path ahead of him in mind. He's very likely to play in the USHL and then probably 2 or 3, probably more likely 3 years in college before you're even having the discussion about, when he would make the jump to pro hockey. I like it.
The more time passes, the more excited I get about it.
I like it.
It is going to take some time, and they've got 2 projects to work on, but the upside. I mean, if you hit on both of these guys, West and Nestrasil, oh boy.
Roger McQueen met Lightning McQueen.
Look at how real that is.
Yeah.
Is that cool? It's amazing.
Woo! All right, that's the good point to end the stream. Thank you, everybody. Oh, wait, there's still 2 hours of picks left.
2 picks left. We're going to do
Jesus.
it. We're going to do
Lord. Mason West, 27 goals, 49 points in 31 games with Edina High School. He had 5 assists in 7 games with the Fargo Force this season. The traits listed by Elite Prospects: raw, toolsy, fleet of foot. When you see fleet of foot for a guy that's 6'6",
I guess so. They did it.
That's something that wouldn't deter the Blackhawks. Is taking a guy that big. You don't really have questions about his skating and his abilities at that size at this stage in his development. Man, the
3 first-round picks.
For the third time in 4 years, Davidson has made 3 first-round picks. Crazy. That
is 4 forward lines, basically. You
Sure.
need one more guy.
Yeah.
To fill out 4 forward lines.
Yeah, 9 first-round picks. That's and 2 defensemen. 2 defensemen in 9 first-round picks in 4 drafts. It's crazy.
And pretty good ones.
No, I'm sorry, 3. Levshinov,
Rinzel, and Korchinski. Yeah. But you feel good about when you talk about the first-round picks that have been made.
I like it.
Is there anyone that you're kind of like, not so sure if that's going to work out? I don't know.
No, I mean, we have no idea about these guys being picked this year, but, I mean, you look at Korchinski, arrow pointed up. Nazar, arrow pointed double up. Rinzel, double up.
Yep.
Bedard, I mean, he's been your best player in the NHL for 2 years as a teenager. There's not much more you can ask of him. Oliver Moore, good college career. Let's see what he does at the pro level. Levshinov, arrow pointed up. Boisvert, arrow pointed up.
Yep.
Vanacker, once he got healthy and got in this season, arrow pointed up. Like, I have zero concerns about any of the guys that they've taken in the first round under Kyle Davidson. And I mean, that's how you want to feel when your team's going into rebuild, is that you're nailing the first round picks.
The pick is in for the LA Kings. It is Henry Brustevich. Where'd my thing go? I'm getting tired. There we go. Henry Brustevich, defenseman from the London Knights. Always a safe pick to take a London Knight.
Yeah.
A high-activity blue liner with well-rounded toolkit who looks to create on every puck touch, particularly off the rush, but details need refining. 6'1" 3/4", 203, right-handed shot. Again, 10 goals, 32 assists, 42 points in 67 games with the London Knights. He was projected to go between 30 and 50. That's what we're talking about with the range.
Mm-hmm.
Like these guys can go anywhere.
First. Yeah.
Shades of Rasmus Sandin.
Yeah. I mean, when, like you said, taking a guy from an OHL factory like the London Knights, that's a good place to be. Played alongside Sam Dickinson this year. London Knights were OHL champions again, Memorial Cup champions. That's a lot of winning. That's a lot of high-level hockey to be played, in postseason settings. I don't know if he's that kind of dynamic guy that's really going to jump off the page, but, for Brusevich, like, if he's a guy that tops out as a really good mid-pair guy, I think that's a win, especially for a Kings team that is still trying to compete now. They're not necessarily trying to build for the future, but I think this is a pretty good value pick.
Yeah. This is a lot. There's good conversation going on in the chat about reaches, and Jim points out that Sacha Boisvert was considered a reach too, and he was the best player in North Dakota and might be the first line center at BU next year.
Right.
Like, we have to recognize that we do not have the in-depth knowledge of these guys that the NHL teams do, and I'm not just going to blindly support any pick that Kyle Davidson makes, even though it may seem like it.
It may seem like it because a lot of the picks make a lot of sense.
Yes, they do. They do.
Yeah.
And if it's a reach, I would just say, like, okay, looking back at the picks that you thought were reaches, which of them that Kyle Davidson has made have not panned out or are absolute bust-outs?
Connor Bedard.
Like, people were mad about Levshinov, and then Levshinov came in at the end of the year last year and looked really damn good.
Yeah.
And Sam Renzel might not ever play a game in Rockford.
Yeah. No, I think this is you're betting on upside, and outside, with these two picks outside of Frondell in this first round, you're betting on guys that their upside is middle or top 6 forward with size that can play, a power game, that can be physical, that you match up with the fast, fluid skaters, these undersized forwards that you're betting on. And you have a good mix in your forwards group of guys that can play with speed, guys that can play with pace. And then you add some power forwards that see the game really well and know how to get to the spots that they need to be. I think that's really good. And it's kind of shifting too, because, as we get into this season and next season, you're not necessarily banking on having to make these picks be NHL guys within 2 years. And Davidson, I think, as we've kind of pieced together from what we're seeing in his strategy this year, going through, the draft time, going through what will be free agency next week, doesn't seem like he's too worried about throwing too many NHL guys at the roster this year, because he wants to have those young guys come up, get time in the NHL, and grow, because I think he wants to have those guys ready to go when then this group comes through. So if we're talking in 3 years, Nestrasil and West are ready to make that transition to professional hockey, they're not doing it having to be, oh, okay, well, now you got to carry the load because you're a first-round pick, and, we're still at the bottom of the league. I think you want to have those kinds of guys be able to step in when they are 21, 22 years old, ready to make that transition. They can do it with a roster that's filled with guys that are in their mid-20s, that have been in the NHL for a number of seasons, and you have a young, inspiring team, a team inspiring you with some confidence and having some success at the NHL level.
Oh,
then you
John McDonough just fired you.
Yeah, well, then you bring those kinds of guys into the fold, and it just kind of like ups the level of the situation that they're stepping into. They're not walking into the locker room at 21 years old, and you have to fix things.
Right. Here's thoughts from Corey Pronman on the Mason West pick. West was one of the most polarizing players in this year's draft. He's a first-round hockey talent with legit size, speed, and skill. He's a legit dual sport athlete, though, who is committed to playing football in the fall of 2025 before going to the USHL. This is a massive gamble, given those obvious risks. I don't mind the pick at 29. I probably wouldn't have traded up for him, though. And then more analysis from Pronman. West is a very interesting prospect. He's huge at 6'6", and quite athletic in how easily he gets around the ice. That athleticism is also why he's being recruited as a D1 football player. He's a better hockey player than football prospect, but he's been indecisive in decisions with teams about which sport he prefers. On the ice, you see the talent, the speed, and the skill for his size are very unique. He creates a lot of controlled entries due to that combination. West's compete is average, though, as well as his playmaking. Chicago's banking on him being not fully developed yet and ideally picking hockey full-time. He started off the season slow, but was very good in big games in Minnesota high school and in the USHL this spring. He has middle 6 forward potential if the offense clicks at higher levels. And there's nowhere else you want a guy like that to play than Michigan State. And, oh boy, Kyle Davidson is going to be upset. The final pick of the first round, Cullen
Potter. There you go. He goes to the Calgary Flames.
5'10", 172. A high-end skater who brings a sniper's release and some playmaking, but it was his growth defensively and physically that impressed this season. He's a center, left wing, played at Arizona State. 35 games, 13 goals, 9 assists for 22 points. Very fast. Very, very fast skater.
Yeah, arguably the best skater in the draft class. Wisconsin product, but playing out west in Arizona State. Sad to see him not be a Blackhawk, but again, as we were kind of talking about, the comparison to his game, very fast guy, very straight line guy. It's just the hands and the processing of the game have to catch up to his feet. I think a guy at 17, 18 years old, you trust can do that.
Yeah.
Even if it does sound like Andres Athanasiou a lot, I think he's at that stage in his development where he's going to find some time. He's playing at a program that is, still on the rise with Arizona State. Very likely going to be playing for Team USA, going to be in that mix for the World Juniors. So good pick by Calgary. A guy that could have very easily been there for the Hawks at 25. Wouldn't have, stuck my nose up at that pick whatsoever. So good value for Calgary to get him here to close out the first round.
The Hawks have too many big forwards. Mike Cullum.
Now there's too many.
Too many.
Yeah.
They got to get smaller.
Now they're too big.
They're too big. All right. The first round is over. 10:30
We made
on
it
the
4.5 hours.
Yes. We will be back tomorrow. We will not
be
more live.
For more of this.
For 6 rounds.
Hey, Malcolm. Well, Blackhawks don't have any second round picks.
That's true.
Not
yet. But we will be here
now.
Tomorrow. We'll be in the office as the draft is ongoing, reacting to whatever the Blackhawks do in our Diehards Only Discord. Good time to remind you that we've got our Diehards sale going on right now. $36 for the whole year. It is the Make Your Move special. So you can get access to that Diehards Only Discord. We'll be doing some instant analysis, maybe some live chatting during some of the downtimes. So look for that. And then as soon as the draft ends, we will jump on the air live and do a complete draft wrap-up show. Can't wait to talk to you then. Thanks for being with us. Thanks to Sarah for running the show today. Thanks to Emma for all of her hard work here on our social media end. And thanks to Patrick Norton, who is hitting send on stuff.
Yes. Yeah. Team effort. Thank you guys and gals for putting in the hard work. Good first round. Can't wait to do this again tomorrow when we have the rest of the Blackhawks picks all figured out. Their first pick will be, as it currently stands right now, pick number 66. The second pick of the third round because they traded 34 and 62 to get Mason West.
All right. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
3-ish?
Who knows? Starts at 11?
Yeah.
3, 4 o'clock, somewhere around there.
All right, we'll be here. Talk to you then. We love you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for getting us over 1,000 likes. Feel free to get us over 1,070 by hitting it right now on your way out. Talk to you tomorrow on the CHGO Blackhawks podcast.